vibe. Check that shit out. Zone. Yeah, I know what time it is. DJ Juicy J's greatest hits. Yeah, it's on, food. Yeah.
Number one in the chat, it's your boy Bolt Patriot in this bitch. These guys love Christmas. They got the Christmas colors on.
Gangsters, Houston, Texas. Y'all ass. Yes, it was Treese Ray, Andre Wallace. My nigga over there at the stove. Your name, nigga. Him D, what's up? What about you? Shell, Big Daddy. Yeah, it's on.
Wondering why I'm showing a juxtaposition of images here, it's because both things are true. Isn't that crazy? Isn't that wild? Peaceful, happy Christmas neighborhoods. Gangbangers, criminals, drug dealers, ne'er-do-wells, gangsters. They exist in the same, like, you know, wavelength, you could say, I guess, if you want to get all crystal hippie. But we're in this shit together, you know? We're in this shit with the gangsters, with the criminals, with the hustlers. I'm just trying to say here. I don't know what happened. There we go. So, folks, this is the Keep It Real Christmas. Keeping it real Christmas. Sponsored by Garbage Fuel. Sponsored by Garbage Fuel. Big props, by the way, to Tyrus White, Shadow Star, Mystic Ways, Tyrus White, In Dat Zone. We're going to be listening to a big playlist here inspired by these artists. Then, of course, we're also going to be rocking out to some really great Christmas vaporwave once I feel up to it. But, folks, it's the Christmas special, and I know Christmas is tomorrow, but it's Christmas somewhere by now. Wouldn't you say? Somewhere in the earth, it's Christmas. So we're doing 2 days of Christmas. Hey, 2 days. 2 days, folks. 2 days. Get your presents a little early. We're going to do some Christmas news today. Your boy Woke Patriot and this motherfucker. But we're going to do some Christmas news today. Just, perusing YouTube, looking for news-related Christmas tidbits, and a lot of good news, a lot of happy cheer holidays. I'm just trying to keep it positive. We're just gonna keep it positive, man. We're just gonna keep it Al Roker throughout the whole thing. Wink, wink. But welcome to the News Underground. I am Abandoned Nihilism. Forgot to mention, not a very good host. I'm not good at this. Should I be like LBC? Top of the hour. It's 12:20. It's 12:18 p.m. Should I do that? Give you the time? Why does he do that? Who are you again? I've been busy with family. Okay? Been busy with... What? Is that funny? Funny to you? What am I, a joke to you? Stop laughing at me! Stop! So anyway, Merry Christmas, everybody. We're doing the Keeping It Real Christmas, keeping it real positive, more like. Keeping it real positive. Woke Patriot did put this in the Discord, and I did want to, just real quick, before we do get into our big Christmas stuff. It reinforces exactly what we've been talking about. From the very beginning. It's not about like one thing or the other. It's all about whatever sticks, whatever works, that allows them, this vehicle that then allows them to take power, to take control, to tell you how to live your life. It's about power and control. Okay? And if religion is the path that will get them there, great. This is how tyrants work. Welcome back, Strategy Member and Cam Goblin. Booyah, it's a Christmas special. Christmas, I know it's Christmas Eve. You get to open your presents early on this show. It's the News Underground. Biatch. We open our presents early like petulant children. Mom! What? I have a bag of batteries next to me. So no, listen to this. California town proposes ban on Pride, Black, and women's history celebrations. It's about control. It's about control. And then once they seal all this up and they make their little white 1950s that never really existed patriarchy, once they finally get there, because we're just apparently going to let them. You know what they're going to start doing? They're going to start picking at each other, eating each other. Oh, you're not pure enough. You're not this. You're not that. I mean, we already see them do it. But I mean, this idea that you can just be on the right side of fascism, or be on the right side of tyranny, or be on the right side of authoritarianism, and it's like, it won't happen to me. I'm a bootlicker. They don't say that in their head. They don't go, I'm a bootlicker, but gotta go along to get along, and you can't go against the authority, yada yada. Far-right council members in Huntington Beach introduce agenda item to switch focus to U.S. wars and America's independence. Can't do both? Wouldn't America's independence, wouldn't that be celebrating our wonderful, mixture of, religions and people and beliefs and sex and all that? They want freedom. It's not our freedom. Southern California city of Huntington Beach, a bastion of conservative voters. It really is. I mean, there's all kinds of weird conservative protesting and like MAGA worship happening on Huntington Beach. Yeah. Woke Patriot would know, since you follow the activist movements probably a little closer there. Antifa's pretty active there, pushing back against the overt fascism that is on display. has made the move to block diverse month-long celebrations of Black history, women's history, and pride in favor of observing Revolutionary and Civil Wars, California's history, and America's independence. Can't do both? Can't do both? Let's do both. At the same time, fuck it. Let's go fucking crazy. Right? What? These Black people, women, and gay people weren't involved in these things? Am I crazy? What assholes? Oh yeah, the only people that fought were Joe Rogan clones. Women used in the Civil War, women would follow the armies and have children and raise children and send them off to war. Along with mending clothes and cooking and holding down the camps. I mean, that, and I'm just talking about the stuff close to the front line. Oh yeah, women weren't involved. Oh, and let me tell you, there was some gay shit happening in the Civil War, dog. Oh, you're telling me there were gay soldiers in the Civil War? Honey. Hey, what are we talking about? Of course there was gay soldiers. You know why I know there was gay soldiers? Because there's always been gay people. Okay. Throughout all man's existence, there have been gay people. But anyway, last little segment here before we get to our Christmas stuff. An agenda item introduced on 19th December forbids any programming that pertains to previously established honorary celebrations of women, people of color, and LGBTQ plus groups from taking place in city-owned property, including libraries, or of being featured in city communications such as social media posts, according to Natalie Moser, a city council member who voted against the action. So basically saying, literally not allowed to acknowledge the existence or celebrate, this. I mean, it's bizarre. But it isn't bizarre when you understand the agenda. Real quick before we transition, there is a way to defeat this. That is to follow my 3-step program. 1, inform yourself. Welcome. You're at the right place. Step 2, join a progressive political organization. Join a union. Just put your name down, dude. If there's something out there that interests you, look for it. And if you don't know, then I'll tell you. If you're like, I just couldn't find the thing to do, I'll just tell you what to do. Just give me you. Hand yourself over to me, and I'll tell you what to do then. You cipher. Step 3, you got to put in the work, bitch. And don't be ashamed to represent your values and principles as a leftist. Be loud and proud with that shit. Newsom will take him to court, huh? All right. It's the attempt, It's the attempt. And then what do we see? I mean, once they get in charge, they're bragging. They're bragging about how they're gonna, be authoritarian. Oh, we're just gonna cut through all the red tape. LA, I asked where I was from. LA, I replied, what are you doing down here? They asked, looking for signs of intelligence. Get up! Get him! The hunt continues. The hunt, and it really is a mess. I've shown protest footage. There was, I think it was during BLM. There was Antifa versus conservative MAGA protesters on Huntington Beach. It was great. All right, folks, let's pick this momentum back up, folks. It is the motherfucking Keeping It Real Christmas special. We're doing this for 2 days. We're going to start it off with some Christmas news. Then we're going to do Ukraine and then Gaza news. And would you believe the Gaza news? Not so good. Would you believe that? So strap in for that. Going to have a happy, merry, holly jolly Christmas. All right, and let's get it started here. Everyone's favorite bit of news.
There's less than 30 hours until
shopping.
Christmas, and
Shopping.
as we go to air,
Yes.
a shopping bonanza is underway.
Bonanza.
From seafood to presents, thousands are making a last-minute dash to the
What happened to my music?
hunting for bargains as cost of living pressures hang over many Australians.
Must have closed that tab.
The last-minute rush in full swing. This year, though, shoppers are feeling the pinch. cut down on a lot of things. I couldn't spend as much as I wanted to on gifts. The cost of living's biting everybody big time.
Cost of living is really expensive now. Even the food shopping is expensive as well. But it's hard, but manage.
But despite cutting back, shoppers were still out in force across Sydney, determined to make their Christmas special.
The world at the moment has gone mad.
The Sydney Fish Market is predicting...
I need to put that on the soundboard, dude. Shut the fuck up. I need to put that on the soundboard. Listen to that.
Make their Christmas special.
The world at the moment has gone mad.
The world at the moment has gone mad.
Across Sydney, determined to make their Christmas special.
The world at the moment has gone mad.
The Sydney Fish Market is predicting to sell 350 tonnes of seafood in 36 hours, including 120 tonnes of prawns, 70,000 dozen oysters. That's 390 per minute.
Do you have a snaky oyster for yourself?
And I think we might break some records this weekend. We might actually bump through 130, 140,000 people across the site.
Who have all kinds of festive tastes.
We bought large octopus for our neighbour. We bought small octopus for us. We bought a snapper. We bought some green prawns.
Well, shopping centres are busy. Many savvy buyers are holding out for the
How many lobsters? I didn't catch that. Sorry, I was updating the to-do list.
Boxing Day sales. That's when retailers will be offering greater discounts.
I just want to say I really enjoy the professionalism of Australian reporters. That's all I wanted to say.
Discounts enticing cash-strapped Aussies to spend.
Australians are tipped to spend a whopping $23.9 billion during Boxing Day sales. That's around $400 million more than last year. $7.5 billion will be spent in New South Wales.
Good God.
Will you still be able to afford the Boxing Day sale?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. I put money aside for that.
New South Wales Fair Trading is also urging consumers.
And watch out, Boxing Day is basically turned into a Black Friday where they do a bait and switch on certain products, and some of these deals are not exactly what they look like. So, buyer beware. Do heavily scrutinize these so-called deals.
Consumers to brush up on their rights, saying if a product is not of acceptable quality, shoppers may be entitled to repair, replacement or a refund. Maggie Rayworth, 9 News.
All right, so there you go, folks. It's some, great news, man. Everyone's having fun. Fucking holidays. Celebrate. Feels so right. All right, so let's keep this fucking train moving. Let's go with the positive Christmas fucking news, man.
Tonight, several people have been shot inside a mall in Florida. And the shooter, we're told, is now on the run. This happened inside the Paddock Mall in Ocala. That's about 80 miles northwest of Orlando. Police there say gunfire broke out at about 4 o'clock this afternoon. We now know that one man was killed and a woman was shot in the leg. Several others were also hurt during the incident.
I don't know how that got in there. We're just gonna, that's tragic news. I'm sure that's just like a one and done kind of thing, Florida Mall. Yeah, I mean, come on. I'm sure that's just like a, anomaly. All right, let's keep it moving, folks. Come on, positive Christmas news. Here we go. Come on. Laughing it up. Here we go. Santa Tractor. Where's he at? Where's this motherfucker at? Where's he going? Santa, where are you going, buddy? Where are you going? He's over there in Malawi over there. Live NORAD, spending resources on this. It's probably cost them nothing. This is like a GIF and a loop of a fucking 3D animation. This doesn't mean anything. Sounds like an average Florida man going Christmas shopping. Hey-oh, he's got it. We got to keep the glass half full around here on the massacres. Only one person died. It was the shooter, and a lady got shot in the leg. So come on, folks. We're talking about holiday spirit here. We're talking about Santa Claus over the motherfucking earth. We're rotating this bitch. Here we go. Christmas spirit. Here we go. NORAD, Spending resources on this, adorable. Someone's making money. ABC over here making some money off NORAD. That's adorable. All right, let's keep this fucking Christmas moving. Christmas tree decorations on the tree. I should have done that. That's kind of a neat idea. Here we go. Jesus would be killed in Gaza. Peter Osborne's alternative Christmas message.
Jesus was always on the side of the oppressed. He was always against the oppressor. If he had been born in Britain today, he'd have been locked up. He was a subversive figure. In Palestine, he probably would have been killed by now. He would have been on the side today of the people in Gaza who were being bombed. He would have been on the side of the people trying to grow olives, whose olive trees are being burnt. And I'm sure that Jesus would have had very profound discussions with Israeli soldiers at checkpoints. I can imagine him having very difficult conversations with the leaders of Hamas. I can imagine his dismay at the corruption of the Palestinian Authority. Remember the sort of conversations he had with the centurion? I think he'd have had exactly the same kind of conversation with an Israeli commander, but eventually, I dare say, somebody would have killed him, probably in a really gruesome way. So figuratively, put down your mince pies and your Christmas celebrations just for a moment and think about the nativity of Jesus, the birthplace of Christianity, and consider for a moment what is happening as we speak in what Christians still think of as the Holy Land. The journey which Mary and Joseph made according to the Gospels from Nazareth to Bethlehem is a very difficult journey to make now. You have to cross a wall, the apartheid wall as the Palestinians
Look back,
call
Davin,
it.
and
There are
White
actually
Tiber.
3 refugee camps in Bethlehem. The wall runs right through it, and it's very tough for the Palestinians. I've been to the West Bank many times, and it's always haunting to be there. The Israelis call the West Bank Judea and Samaria. These are, of course, biblical terms. The Israelis see anything which is in the Bible as their property.
Everything is the Jews, not a single piece for other people, only for us.
Wherever there's a shrine or a tomb, you'll get the settlers coming in, attacking, and saying it's their property. They are
Normal
dangerous
behavior.
places as a result.
It's anti-Semitic if you don't
Most
think that's
dangerous of
normal.
all for Palestinians. It's worth remembering that a lot of the landscape in Palestine is the same as it was 2,000 years ago. Olive trees, farms, and you can visit so many of the exact same places which Jesus went to in Palestine. For example, when I was in Nablus, I visited Jacob's Well, places which are
He's a
scarred
hardcore
now
motherfucker.
by occupation.
Keeps it real.
For Palestinians, there's a theology of occupation developed by the priests there.
The Christmas story actually gives us hope in the fact that Jesus was born among the occupied. This is what happened 2,000 years ago. And so going back to this manger setting, it tells us that baby Jesus is in solidarity with those who are suffering, with those who are oppressed.
There's Bethlehem Bible College, where they discuss what they call the church at the checkpoint, or the other side of the wall. In other words, what it's like to be a Christian, a Palestinian under occupation.
Christians in Jerusalem's old city say they are often harassed
Welcome
and even
back.
physically attacked.
Ultra-Orthodox Jews spit toward Christians carrying a cross in occupied East Jerusalem this week. Other videos, also widely seen on social media, show Jews spitting toward nuns outside a church.
Real
And they
badasses.
draw enormous
Wow.
strength from
I'm actually
Desmond Tutu.
in
There's
awe
something
at
called
their
the
badass
Kairos
and
Project,
badassness.
which is based on Christianity under apartheid, and they draw the lessons, what that is, in the occupied West Bank. It's often forgotten that alongside Palestinian Muslims, there are many Palestinian Christians.
There are no churches in Gaza, so I'm not quite sure where the report is talking about.
There's a Catholic church in there, isn't there? That is.
Yeah, unfortunately, there are no Christians because they were driven out.
Respectfully, there are Christians because I spoke to an MP yesterday who has family members in the church who are Christians.
Oops.
Palestinian Christians, for example,
Doesn't matter.
provided a great deal of the early leadership for the liberation movement.
Gonna take it anyway. Come on. Who
There are
cares?
Christian communities in Gaza. The
all
third
Israel.
oldest church in the world, St. Porphyrius, was bombed during the first wave of attacks.
There you
In
go, take
Jenin,
that.
one of the
Hamas,
most violent
whatever.
places in the West Bank, constantly under attack from
It's called
Israel.
progress.
But there, just a mile or so away from the refugee camp, there is this ancient church. It's quite
Getting
easy
her
to
done.
forget that there is a very substantial Christian community. My wife and I had the privilege of delivering medical equipment to Al Ahli Hospital in Gaza. That, of course, was bombed, but it's played an amazing role in saving lives throughout the last 2 months.
Might have killed a
I've
Hamas
seen
member,
the
though.
Catholic Church, called the Church of the Holy Family. It's not just the religious things they do, but it's social work they do. Looking
That's how you
after
get
the
freedom,
disabled, the people who are
Davin.
troubled in various ways. It was like seeing Christ at work, completely sacrificial. The emptying
Worked for the U.S. We
caring
kicked the
for people
Taliban's
who
butt.
are so much in need of help and security. There's this idea that there's a great deal of hostility between Christians and Muslims. I
No.
didn't detect that. There's a
come on.
very old Christian school in Nablus.
It's
and
true.
It teaches 40 children. They're all Muslim. Christians are part of the community. And in Bethlehem,
No,
I
there's
saw them
there's
being
none of them
part
there.
the resistance
Come on.
as well. And then there are the other strands of Christianity, principally the evangelical strand.
Oh,
on the
yeah,
side
these
of
guys,
the
'cause they want
Israeli
the
state
apocalypse.
And on the side of the occupation, because they have an eschatological view of the world, which generally speaking needs or celebrates the state of Israel based on an interpretation of the book of Revelations. You
Oh,
need
he does-
the Jews of the world to
He's so academic, dude. They want this Israeli project to complete so that it triggers the apocalypse, so that it triggers the birth of the Antichrist. It starts the beginning of the apocalypse. Look it up, folks. They just showed Dennis Hagee right there? This motherfucker, right? Or is it
as well?
Dennis
And then there are the other strands
I'm thinking of
Christianity.
you got Denny Hassert,
principally the.
But no, I think this guy is Hagee.
Evangelical strand.
Right? Something like that. He is a really famous, mega millionaire evangelical preacher, but he's one of the ones that truly believes, once Israel completes its elimination of the Palestinian state, it's going to trigger the apocalypse. He's going to be like, and he's going to be riding high. It's going to be good for some reason.
On the side of the Israeli state. And
I used to have a friend that bought a bunch of property, or like he's doing some investment thing, buying a bunch of desert or something in Israel in anticipation for this event.
On the side of the occupation,
bananas.
They have an eschatological view of the world, which generally speaking needs or celebrates the state of Israel based on an interpretation of the book of Revelations. You need the Jews of the world.
Yeah, that's
to
kind of what I was talking about,
congregate
Cam
in
Goblin.
Israel for the second coming.
That might be it.
This, of course, is deeply anti-Semitic because the Jews have the choice at the end of converting to Christianity or facing eternal damnation, which is, of course, profoundly anti-Semitic.
Israel should make the Gaza Strip a parking lot by this time next week. Destroy the whole thing and get a great big missile.
What God wants.
And blow that wicked dome of the rock plumb off of the spot where it's standing right now so we can get that third temple rebuilt and usher in the coming of Jesus.
Yeah.
One of the paradoxes of what's going on in the Middle East is that Jerusalem is
they showed it. Like, if you're not sure what the hell that is, I mean, that is it right there. These are the Christians, and then this, the fellow before here, the Mr. Positive over here, Peter Osborne or Oborn, Peter Oborn over here. He was basically saying they. I lost my train of thought. Fuck. Hold on.
To Christianity or facing
that once this event happens, that all the Jews that are in Israel will be given an ultimatum. That was what I was going to say, that all the Jews in Israel will be given an ultimatum and they'll all be converted into Christians or be destroyed. So that's why they want this to happen. Isn't that wild? So here they are spending all kinds of money. Look at all these weirdos up there, all these kids, yeah, this is great. Kill them all. Yeah, that's what I want. And, because they think it's going to be, it's going to bring upon this, apocalypse, basically. Some of it's like Left Behind stuff. Some of it's more disgusting. I don't know. I don't understand what happens when we get the Antichrist. Or is the plan to defeat the Antichrist? Is that what's going on? We're gonna defeat it like the Care Bears. We're all gonna hold hands and but then all the wicked are gonna die first, but the Christians are gonna win out in this. Or okay, maybe that's what's going on.
Destroy the whole thing and get a great big missile and blow that wicked Dome of the Rock plumb off of the spot where it's standing right now, so we can get that.
Look at this woman over here. She's literally having an orgasm at the thought of Palestine getting destroyed.
Of the rock plumb off of the spot where it's standing right now, so we can get that third temple rebuilt and usher in the coming of Jesus.
Third temple, Jesus.
One of the paradoxes of what's going on in the Middle East is that Jerusalem is sacred to the three great Abrahamic religions: Islam, Christianity, and Judaism.
He's getting into it. Okay.
They all look at Jerusalem as an enormously holy place. And they all worship, of course, the same God. Whether you're Christian, whether you're Jewish, whether you're Muslim, Abraham is your patriarch. He's the founder.
He wants this.
Although Judaism
wants this.
and Islam are probably a bit theologically closer to each other than they are to Christianity. The conflict is not actually about religion at all. It's about land and the occupation of it. If you talk to Christian scholars, to Jewish scholars, to Islamic scholars, they understand this very well. For Palestinians, they are not fighting as Christians or Muslims against Jews, as is frequently suggested. They are fighting against those who they see, and international law agrees with them, have imposed an illegal occupation. Speaking as a Christian, Christmas has got a bit commercial, to put it mildly.
No.
It's become a festival of consumerism.
What a party
this
pooper.
Might be a good year to focus a little bit more on the meaning of Christmas.
Okay.
Bearing in mind the message
Communist.
of Christ who arrived in the world 2,000 years ago and was very much shaped by the kind of tragedy and struggle which is still going on 2,000 years later in the place where he was born.
Yeah, but we can't
Jesus
text the rich, though.
had many profound messages, but one of his messages
it's
is to
Defoe.
love thy neighbor, forgive the trespasses of the other people. It's about mercy, it's about forgiveness.
Defoe as
It's
Jesus.
certainly not
That makes sense.
about taking revenge. And I don't think you can celebrate Christmas this
but
year
revenge is
in
cool,
quite
though.
the same way as you can in normal years. In Bethlehem, birthplace of Christianity, Christmas has been cancelled.
This year, Christmas celebrations are cancelled in Bethlehem. It's impossible to celebrate while our people in Gaza are going through a genocide, when children are being massacred in such a brutal manner. All the heads of churches in Jerusalem decided that Christmas celebrations will be mainly prayers with no
canceling
festive
everything.
celebrations. While the world is celebrating, our children are under the rubble. While the world is celebrating, our families are displaced and their homes are destroyed. So this is Christmas to us in Palestine.
And while all this is going on, we should all pause and reflect and pray
Merry Christmas.
for the end of this nightmare.
Yes.
Hope for Christmas, and this surely is
Pray.
the message of Christmas, is for peace. And this Christmas, if you've got some spare cash, you haven't probably got any left now, think about donating to medical aid for Palestinians. It's a wonderful charity which brings hope and relief to people
Donate, folks.
who are suffering awfully as we speak.
Yeah, they are. And later in the stream, I'll be sure to show you footage. There's some really harrowing footage that almost made me cry when I watched it, of a baby getting pulled out of the rubble, amazingly alive. Covered in dust and dirt, and still wrapped in a blanket, but amazingly almost untouched, unscathed, and perfectly fine. At least on appearance there. Who knows, the reality. But yeah, so make sure you stay tuned for that later in the stream. We're going to be getting to that in the Gaza news at the end of the stream. Keeping this positive train moving. We gotta keep it going, folks. Come on now, it's Christmas. We gotta have fun. Grab your figgy pudding, because here we go. We're tracking Santa Claus with your boy, gastronomic extraordinaire Al Roker, with tracking Santa Claus.
Coming up.
Oh no, it's. I'm sorry. I'm not rich. I'm not racist. I'm not racist. Okay. I know who this is. Okay, it's Bryant Gumbel. Okay, I'm not racist. I thought this was Al Roker in this one. Okay, leave me alone. Take it away, Bryant.
Santa Claus is coming to town.
All right. Where the hell is Santa? Here we go.
Makes his way to your house this
Ho,
Christmas
ho, ho.
Eve. Then holiday travel. What you need to know if you're flying to Grandma's house over the
Yeah.
holidays.
What you need to know if you're going to join the nightmare of Christmas travel like a psychopath.
And stepping out.
Who would do that to themselves is the real question. What kind of psychopath would willingly do that? Yeah, here we go. Donate your toys, children.
So much more this Christmas.
Thought it was
Why is it extra important
Alt
to give
Oompa Loompa.
at this time of year?
We're all humans. We should be helping each other out, and everyone deserves to be happy.
We're
Yeah.
collecting
Except
toys
Palestine.
and giving them to the people who are less fortunate.
Yeah.
And quacking up.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Yeah. No, the solution is to apply band-aids, to the real problem, which is class. These kids are frauds. These kids are fucking hacks. Yeah, get it. Get it. 12-year-old. Oh, what are you, 8? You're 8 years old?
Migration all about.
The story of migration is about a family of
You
ducks.
shouldn't be promoting a fucking movie, kid. You should be out there marching in the streets. What? Oh, you're excited to be part of a movie's promotion? Yeah, you're a fraud, child. You're a fraud, kid. Is this how the right wingers make money? This is woke. This is clearly woke. Look at the ducks.
Yeah. Together.
Yes.
Like everyone. Yes.
Yeah.
Including you.
Yeah, where's the black duck? Here we go. Where's the woman duck who's gay?
This is NBC Nightly News.
Oh, Lester
Kids
Holt.
Edition.
Oh, the Kids Edition. Merry
Welcome back to Nightly News
Christmas.
Kids Edition. I'm Lester Holt. I hope
This
you're all
is
having a great week.
unbearable.
I'm coming to you from Universal Studios.
This is
Hollywood,
unbearable.
which is
So I've noticed that CNN has been doing this as well. News for children, news for kids, news for kids, news for little ones. New children want to watch Lester Holt.
for the holidays. We have a
So they make Lester Holt do it. Why don't you make like Miley Cyrus or some, fucking Taylor Swift
holiday-themed pop quiz
do this shit?
that you won't want to miss.
You got Lester
Plus,
Holt
later
out
on,
here?
These kids in Chicago received a surprise just in time for
Oh
Christmas.
my God, is that-
And yes, that's former President Barack Obama.
My
in
God.
the Santa hat. And actor Jack Black made
He should
headlines this
tell
week
him
for the war
how many people he killed during his drone war campaign.
as well.
They'd be like,
Together,
cool.
the top stories we're tracking right now, and that's Santa. He's
Oh,
getting ready to
here we
leave the
go.
North Pole and take to the skies.
I feel those sleigh bells ringling, jig, jig, jiggling. Here we go. Call the number, folks. Waste somebody's time. Waste this 12-year-old volunteer's time with inane questions about Santa Claus and where the hell he could be at this very moment. Everyone, please participate in this mass delusion, and let's just forget about the troubles of the day for one moment. Especially, it is nice that we're not talking about the presidential election for 1 millisecond. Where's Santa right now? He's over Israel, dropping bombs on Gaza because he.
Deputy Commander of the
What?
North American Aerospace Defense Command, or NORAD.
Oh, okay. They're going to interview the NORAD guys. Okay. Wow. Here we go, folks. Nice. How are we going to squeeze in some military propaganda into this one? Into the kids edition of Lester Holt. Could you imagine sitting your kids down into this shit? Look at what we have on screen right now. Okay, a 60-year-old newsman and a fucking gray-haired army dude. How many Generation Alpha sitting down there? This has nothing to do with skibbities, and this has nothing to do with toilets. So what the fuck do kids have? There needs to be a skibbity toilet animation playing. I think I have something like that. Hold on here.
I know your main job is to protect the
See
North
here.
American airspace against intruding aircraft or bad guys. So how do you use that
Did I
technology
delete all that
to
shit?
track Santa?
Yeah. There we
First
go.
off, thanks for having me, Lester. And you're absolutely right. Our main job at NORAD
This is
is to
exciting.
defend North America with the binational command, U.S. and Canada collectively. We use our systems to track
Okay.
Santa, the systems that we use. our North Warning System, which is a line of radars across northern Canada and Alaska. As well, we use worldwide or
COVID
global
safe,
satellites.
still in the military, huh?
And finally, our fighter aircraft. The satellites we use to track Santa around the globe. And then once Santa's over North America, we use the fighter aircraft to intercept him.
Shoot him with a
and
fucking
make
missile.
Sure that he's getting along well
Blow
over
his
North
ass
America.
up, dude. Yeah.
So the fighter planes can fly
Shoot that
alongside
motherfucker
Santa
down. This
and
is
guide him.
goddamn UFO up in there. Get him.
Absolutely, absolutely. So
Santa
we've been doing
Claus,
this
he's a
since
goddamn menace.
1955. Throughout the years, many different
Goddamn
fighter
alien
aircraft or
menace,
NORAD
dude. We
fighter
gotta
aircraft
shoot
have
this
intercepted
motherfucker
Santa.
down.
Nowadays, we use CF-18s from Canada, US
Fucking blow his
F-15s
ass
and
up.
F-16s, as well as F-22s and F-35s. They'll intercept and join alongside Santa. He'll wave at us. So
Hell
it's a
yeah,
friendly
he'll wave
encounter.
at us, he
and
will,
we'll normally
huh?
give him a wing waggle as we peel off after we've intercepted him.
Oh, that sounds
Did
very
they
exciting.
put
So
fucking
how can
planes in the
kids
air for
track
this? Please
Santa
don't tell me they're
along with you
wasting
guys
fuel on this
Christmas Eve?
charade.
Absolutely. There's a number of ways to track Santa. Probably the easiest way is to go to our website, www.noradsanta.org. You can also access those through mobile devices.
Is this helping the
on
military-industrial
various apps in
complex
either
somehow?
Apple or Google Play. And then on,
Is that what I'm
on
seeing
Christmas
here?
Day itself, you can call
They have like an
our
app and a
NORAD
website
Track
they're
Santa,
promoting right now?
Call-in center, which is an operations center that we set up for this very purpose.
So you just have to make sure that everybody in your house is sleeping, including moms.
And you can call them at
Make sure everyone's
1-877-HI-NORAD or
What's your address?
1-877-446-6723.
Okay.
We've got 100 people waiting to take those calls. From time to time, it gets pretty busy.
What a waste
so I
of
suggest
time.
You keep calling back
The
if
man,
you,
the
if you
man
get an
wore
automated
military
message, and
fatigues to
hopefully-
talk about Santa Claus. There's got to be grown adults calling this number. This grown man in military fatigues over here talking to random strangers about the location of Santa Claus. Collecting valuable intel.
So I suggest you keep calling back if you get an automated message, and hopefully we'll get a chance to talk to everybody.
Where's Sandy?
And we'll be following all this in our newsroom, of course. Lieutenant General Blaise Frawley, really great talking to you. Thanks for joining us. And
Well,
a
I
big
gotta
thank-
fucking call the number, dude. I gotta call the number. Hold on. We gotta do this. Are you kidding me? We have to do this. I have to find out where Santa Claus is. Where the hell is Santa Claus? Hold on. 1-877 HI NORAD. It's 6723. Okay, Colin. Okay, here we go. All right, I'm gonna get this as close as possible. Okay. Okay, hold on. Here we go.
We're sorry. Your call cannot be completed as dialed.
Oh my God! How do I can't. 187. Am I wrong about this? 1-877-446-6723. I thought it was sleigh bells for a second. It's not sleigh bells. Banned in Canada.
2-3. We've got 100 people waiting to
Play
take
the
those
video.
calls. From time to time, it gets pretty busy. So I suggest you keep calling back if you get an automated message, and hopefully we'll get a chance to talk to everybody.
And we'll be following all this in our newsroom,
hold on.
of course. Lieutenant General Blaise Frawley, really great talking to you. Thanks for joining us. And a big thanks to all you folks do to protect the North American airspace throughout the year. Merry Christmas, sir.
Thank you so much, Lester. Merry Christmas to everybody.
Merry Christmas.
Well, speaking of Santa, in this week's Around the Globe series, we head to the North Pole, Santa's home, and a
Take us
place with some
there.
cool facts that may surprise you.
I
The North
thought for
Pole
sure I got the
is
number
the
right.
northernmost place on Earth.
Oh my God, this is unbearable. This is unbearable. Now it's a motherfucking Christmas documentary for children. Are we
So when you're
serious?
standing on the North Pole, any direction you point is south.
No, okay. Okay, folks. I mean, you know, MSNBC keeping it cheery and keeping it holiday, but we got to keep it moving, of course. So let's go ahead. I got another video queued up. We're going to keep the holiday spirit up and high. Thank you, Lester Holt. God, he's great. I love MSNBC and NBC Nightly News with Lester Holt, especially kids that did. My child loves watching this. My child loves watching this. Absolutely loves watching this program.
A little different in the Middle East this year as the deadly war between Israel and Hamas rages on. The town of Bethlehem is usually a global focus of celebrations because, as you know, it's a place where Jesus was born. But this is what it looks like this year, with many skipping the festivities altogether. Many Christians who live there are sending a message of solidarity to Palestinians in Gaza. Chris Livesay has that story.
Of all the places in the world, a little town of Bethlehem, the birthplace of Jesus, knows how to celebrate Christmas. But this year, Christmas is canceled. Gone are the Christmas tree, Santa Claus, and the carolers. Many of the shops are shuttered, with hardly a visitor in sight. Even the Church of the Nativity, the usually packed pews, sit empty.
According to believers, this is the precise birthplace.
Radars indicate Santa has launched off from the North Pole.
Okay.
A NORAD
Where's Santa?
Will be moment. You may want to visit us online for exciting Santa updates.
No, I want to talk to someone. I want to talk to someone who teach me about Santa Claus.
Thank you for calling the NORAD Track Santa hotline. Radars indicate Santa has launched off from the North Pole. A NORAD Santa tracker will be with you in a moment. You may want to visit us online for exciting Santa updates.
Okay. I'll keep this away from the microphone while I wait on hold. We're going to get a Santa tracker expert from NORAD on the line, and we're going to ask him where Santa is. Okay, this is important.
Of Jesus Christ, and over
this
here we
is
have
so stupid. This is whatever. Who cares about this? People want to know where Santa Claus is.
The manger. Normally this time of year, celebrations would abound, but because of the war, there's hardly anybody here.
Oh, here we go.
NORAD Santa tracker, this is Bonnie. How can I help?
Oh my God, Bonnie. I think I'm in Vancouver. I think I just saw Santa. Hello, Bonnie. Hello, are you there, Bonnie? Hello.
We're here.
Oh my gosh. Okay, I think I'm in Vancouver. I think I just saw Santa Claus out my window. Where is Santa Claus? Is he in Vancouver? Is he over Vancouver?
He is not over Vancouver right now. Right now, he just left Gabon and he is in New Guinea.
Okay.
He skips over, but he is not even over on our parts of the United States yet.
Right.
Okay? He's not in North America yet.
Okay.
It will not probably be until 9 or midnight your time.
Okay.
You gotta be asleep, okay?
I got to be asleep. Okay, I need to be asleep. Do you think Santa's going to hit up Israel?
Probably he goes to see every child that believes in him.
Okay, even the kids in Palestine too, though?
I'm sorry, say that again?
Even the kids in Palestine too, though, right? Of course, like Israel, right?
If they believe in Santa, he's not going to skip over them.
As long as they believe in Santa. Okay, that is good to know. Thank you so much. That's good to know.
Yeah. He's definitely going to make sure he gets to everybody that believes in him for sure.
Well, I'm super glad NORAD is doing this. This is a good use of time.
It is. This is what we do.
Excellent.
We track missiles. We track everything else with satellites and radar. So why not Santa, right?
Exactly. I heard one last thing. I hear you are waving to Santa as you are flying next to him. Is that true?
Now, NORAD does send up planes. We have Canadian fighters and we have U.S. fighters that go up to him and they tip their wings in a sleigh when they go by.
Amazing.
They don't want to get too close.
They want to get because Santa's got magic and he can defend himself.
Well, exactly. They're not up there to hurt Santa. They're just up there to say hi. And they're up there all the time, so they just happen to see them sometimes.
I mean, you got to let Santa know, right? We got to say, hey, we know you're here, right? We got to let him at least know, right?
Oh, right. He knows that we track them because he knows that we have to track other things. We're going to, of course.
Amazing. You've been amazing. Thank you so much, Bonnie. Thank you so much over there.
Welcome. You have a Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas over there at NORAD. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Well, there you go, folks. There's Bonnie over there. There's Bonnie over there at NORAD. I didn't get the location. I was too busy trying to come up with ridiculous questions to ask her. But there you go, folks. NORAD spending its resources. I knew I was getting the number right. NORAD spending its resources there to sit people at the table and allow them to receive questions as ridiculous as mine. That really was something. Thank you so much, Bonnie, over there at NORAD. She really was sweet. She really played along really quite nice. Stayed right on script. Didn't get tripped up one bit. Total professional. Total fucking professional. So big props to Bonnie over there at NORAD. I hope she's getting time and a half for this shit.
Since the October 7th massacre by Hamas and Israel's ensuing ground offensive, tourism throughout the Holy Land has come to a grinding halt.
Oh, yeah.
In solidarity with the people suffering in Gaza, the people of Bethlehem have more to mourn than
Merry
to celebrate.
Christmas.
At the Evangelical Lutheran Church, they fashioned a nativity scene out of what's now found everywhere in Gaza. Rubble,
I agree,
says
strategy.
Pastor Munter Isaac.
We've seen so many images of children being pulled out of the rubble.
Okay, we've already actually seen this interview. I don't mean to interrupt him, but we've already seen this interview, so we're just going to skip this part
The
here.
Palestinian
just
Christians make up the
for
world's
brevity.
oldest community of believers. But they're shrinking in numbers. Here in the West Bank, only 2% of Palestinians are Christians today. In Gaza, it's less than 1%. The vast majority believed to be left homeless by the war. Mirna
can't believe that was
Elatrash,
real.
a Christian from Bethlehem, fears
The
her
real phone
community is
number.
facing extinction while the world looks away.
Even some Christians, some, not all of them, they forgot about the Palestinian case. It's really forgotten by the Christians all over the world.
Father Sandro Tomaszewicz serves at the Church of the Nativity.
It's a big struggle, of course, because the Christians here are in the middle. You know, they always want peace. They don't want conflict. They don't want war. They just want everybody just to sit down, talk about peace. Let's pray
That's
together.
Hamas.
Let's see what we can do for having this peace
This guy's
together.
so fucking Hamas, it's
After
ridiculous.
all,
Look, he's got a little beard
peace,
going.
he said.
Look, he's the undercover Hamas. He's like a day vampire, right? But except Hamas, right? Is when you got a little beard, but you still have the beard, right? So you're like technically, right? And that's exactly what Islamic people do, is that they pretend they're Christians, right? I bet he's got a suicide vest on under there. And Mein Kampf. Check his little room, the little room he sleeps in. But he's got Mein Kampf in there. Clearly. TV commercial stand with Israel? No. That's I stand with the Israeli people that want peace with Palestine. Stand with Israel. Let's see what we got here. Oh yeah. thumbnail. Yeah, boy. Gal Gadot, she loves killing Palestinians. Called Defending Yourself. Interrupts child's video games. Graphic pro-Israeli ads interrupt child's video games.
When he first saw it, he was shocked. He looked quite disturbed. He knew it was something he wasn't supposed to see.
Uh-oh. Okay. Is this the ad?
And one of the first images that appeared for him was like a child's backpack with lots of blood.
Oh no,
So
why?
He looked very distraught and he came running to me and said something like,
No, children don't know how
"Mom,
to
what is
interpret
this
that image.
bloody ads doing on my phone?"
Oh my God, they were paid for by the government to promote two children. They're playing some mobile game. They get some commercial about some conflict. They don't even, I couldn't parse the difference between one conflict or another until I was in my late 20s. You know what I mean? Wow, well, that's horrible. Yeah, I need a little eye bleach. Let's head on over to today, where we can get an update on where can shoppers find the latest last-minute gifts for Christmas. Hey, it's Christmas Eve. Hope you got everything ready to go for that significant other.
Today's holiday consumer. We're in the final stretch, folks. The
All
last
right.
weekend before
Holiday
Christmas.
consumers.
It was crowded last night, let me tell you. With just 3 shopping days left, where can you find the deals?
Only one.
And how can you avoid overspending on last-minute
Yeah,
gifts?
how
ABC's
can
Vicky
you
Nguyen
avoid
here
overspending?
With those answers and more. Good morning to you.
Good morning, guys.
All right, so this late in the
Good
game, what are
morning.
our best options for getting some of the best gifts?
We want to plug local, so go downtown,
Yeah.
support your local shops and small
Because
business.
it's the local shops that have lower prices, right? Because they can have the low prices, right? It's not the big box stores. We got to go local. That's how we save money, right? Yeah. It's usually cheaper at the local places, right? Because they don't have a harder time competing with the big box stores and their big massive industrial fucking suppliers from China, right? No.
Businesses. Not only do they often offer free gift wrap, but there's something unique and special at those stores.
Yeah.
Now, if
they
you-
offer free gift wrap? Who? Where? What are you talking about, woman? Where? Who? Says where? Where? What business? What are you talking about? Free gift wrap? Says where? You can't get a free fucking cup of goddamn barbecue sauce from fucking Popeye's Chicken. Can't get free gift wrap from a fucking business, especially one starving small ass business. The fuck you talking about? Free gift where? Gimbals?
If you've got to go online, you're going to want to check the inventory before you drive to a store. So chains like Walmart, Target, Best Buy, they're going to let you see what is in stock nearby. You can expand the search radius if you're willing to go a little further for that hard to.
How many people have you ever been burned by this? This is so incorrect. This shit doesn't update. You go there. Oh, the website says you have this. Oh, yeah, I don't know. You got some in the back? No, there's nothing in the back. Go buy. They never check the back because there's not. I used to work at a place. There's never anything in the back.
Find item. Remember, same-day delivery is probably got a cutoff of December 23rd. For example, Best Buy and Nordstrom are saying, we'll do the same day, but it's technically December 23rd, not Christmas Eve. And then finally, think about virtual subscriptions, like Masterclass is offering a buy one, get one free right now.
Oh,
you
that's
can send a cooking
interesting.
class.
I
You
never
can
thought
send a
about
book subscription.
A cooking class.
That's not a bad idea. Give someone a year-long subscription to something. That's cool.
It's always
Don't
fun.
give me a cookie.
Good idea.
And think about shopping secondhand and thrift. Remember that lady just went to Goodwill and bought like a
that's
vase
true.
for $4 and sold it for 6 figures.
Yeah.
Now that's a happy Christmas.
I want to bring back that graphic that we just put up, Vic, because it's.
Boy, she is spreading a lot of Christmas fucking magic. I'm smelling a lot of Christmas magic over here, man. She's blowing through these. Look at her papers though. She's got 1 million of these. She's like ready to go.
Showed some of the places, some of the ideas for last-minute shopping, where folks can go.
Yeah, absolutely. In-stock options, as we were talking about. And we can show you the next graphic, which talks about where to find those last-minute deals. NerdWallet says you want to look for electronics, appliances, and toys in these final days. Walmart and Amazon, they're 40% off select Apple products right now. Amazon and Target, 60% off toys. They want to clear those shelves.
40%
Home Depot.
off?
Yeah, certain ones. And then Home Depot, up to $500 off of certain appliances. So if this is a big year, you want to do a home reno, that's where to go.
So if you, to save time, what is the best thing to do?
So remember we did that
Cut
story
back to her.
about
Cut
AI.
back to her
There
with
are
the guy
lots
there.
of tools
Yeah,
out
he's
there
still there.
like ChatGPT, Bing, and Google has a new one called SGE. You just type
Well,
in.
you get the fucking AI to shop for you. Who is this? Is this for the people without the internal dialogue? You need an AI to shop for you, dog. I have a sister. She's female. Gift. Enter. Okay, it said to get you 5 golden rings, 2 calling birds.
Please act as my shopping assistant. Then you can say, find me a gift for a man in his mid-40s who likes bourbon and golf. And tell me price points under 40 or tell me locations to find it.
Yeah, it can't do that.
And
It's
they'll give you a
actually pretty
location.
cool. It can't do that.
Absolutely. They'll even link you to sites where you can buy
True.
things, which is
It can do
super
that.
helpful. So
Yeah.
play around
Will
with
you
that.
text
That's
that to me
easy.
later? Seriously.
This is not your personal.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And then we talked about
No,
Uber meets Bopus. I'm his
it's cool.
AI.
Yeah, exactly. AI is
we talked about
amazing.
Uber
It
meets
is.
Bopus. This is a new collab, and I'm really loving it. Basically, you
Collab?
can send an Uber driver now in select cities to
Of
the
course I
store. They'll
do.
go inside. They'll pick up
You
the
won't
item for
shut
you. They'll
up.
bring it back to you.
Is that
So
what you meant by
buy online-
incognito earlier?
No. You
Oh, that's
buy it
not
online. They pick it up in store. The incognito mode
Merry
means you're
Truckmas,
shopping
Rebel
with a private
Phoenix.
browser because these days some retailers are basing price on your location,
Head
the
on down
device
to
you're using,
Ford.
even the time
Merry
of day
Truckmas.
for shopping.
They're like,
So
she's
sometimes-
using a fancy phone. Let's charge her more.
Correct. That's
Are you
right,
kidding
Chanel.
me?
I'm not kidding you. That's according to Norton,
AI
the
can
security
charge your
company.
phone?
companies, retailers are able to do that, and sometimes they do. They adjust sales based on who's shopping demand. All of this is very dynamic. So if you shop in a private browser, they can't put those cookies on you and track you.
Or I could just buy like a 10-year-old phone.
That too, but then it's not going to connect to the internet,
That's
right?
true.
Yeah, they can't. 10-year-old phones can't even connect to the internet. You need to crank.
Hey,
fucking
thanks
crank.
for watching.
There
Don't
he
miss
is.
the
There's my
Today Show
guy.
every weekday at 11 a.m. Eastern, 8 Pacific on our streaming channel today all day.
He's my
To watch
favorite.
it, head to today.com.
He just fills me with happy joy feelings. He's
right
so
here.
awesome. He's so great. All right, on to our next story here. Aussies feel Christmas pinch from cost of living crisis. Ooh.
Australians, it's a tradition to have seafood as the centrepiece of a Christmas lunch. But while some of us are preparing for an indulgent couple of days, we're being reminded there are more people than ever feeling the pinch.
This is coming from Sky News. Look up the owner of Sky News. Tell me if he's feeling the pinch. You could probably pinch him from here. He's so fucking gluttonous.
Aussie summer classic. Prawns on the barbie, fresh oysters and lobster rolls.
I'm doing a green bean salad.
I don't like oysters, but I like all the other stuff.
Seafood always. My sister's doing
Marriage it
prawns.
is.
Ready cooked prawns, cold.
Hell
Easy.
yeah.
We're going to have a
This guy knows how to party, dude. This guy knows how to party. This guy knows how to party. Come on, this guy knows how to party. Shrimp on the barbie, nice and cold. Man, I want to drink with this guy so bad, dude. Fucking smoke a big dude. Yeah, man.
Cold. Easy.
We're going to have a starter of prawns.
Yeah.
So we're doing all the traditional stuff. I'm an American. I'm used to different types of food, but over here in Australia we
Go back to your country.
Many people are
Go back to your
saving up to
country.
make their Christmas feast an indulgent one.
There's a range of seafood that's available for people. If you really like seafood, shop
can
around.
do that with
There's
Americans,
some great
can't I?
big deals to be had, and enjoy. Christmas is a special time.
It is expensive, but you know what? My house payment's gone up 50% already.
What do you think he
So
does?
I figure at least I can do is have something good.
What do you think he does? He's got the clear glasses frames. Usually people in creative industries wear this, or so he's definitely upper management. He's definitely running something. What do you think? What do you think? What do you think he does? He's in Australia, but he's an American. Some kind of import-export business. Something. Wonder what he does. Meth lab. I'm really curious. What this guy does.
Good to eat.
High interest rates, rising rents, and record low vacancy rates across the country means more people are feeling the pinch.
With every interest rate rise, we see the immediate impact on inquiries on the website for help.
There's been a surge in demand for emergency relief ahead of Christmas,
10 out of 10
according to
professionalism.
Anglicare WA. In the first 2 weeks of December, more than 1,700 people in Western Australia called the emergency relief line for help, a 52% increase compared to the same time last year.
52%. 52%. 50. And I love how all the neoliberal politicians on the left are still insisting that it's all good to go. Doesn't matter what country you're from, right? I mean, the left recently won. The neoliberal left just recently won against the conservatives in Australia, but they're no goddamn better. They really are. They're really not. They're not any better. They're the economy looks great. Well, look at the numbers. We don't need to change anything. The economy looks great. Meanwhile, over 50% increase at the food bank.
People coming forward for help are a new group. It's a group of families and households that have jobs and they're just struggling to make their budget
they're just lying.
meet their costs of living.
Crystal
Fucking
Wu,
handouts.
Sky
They just
News
want
Perth.
free handouts because they're lazy. Just lazy. That shrimp does look good, man. That shrimp looks so good.
Crystal Wu,
Oh man,
Sky
so
News
Australian Christmas, they have cold shrimp. Yuck, devein my shit, dude. I don't want to see no face on my shit. I'm a fucking total baby when it comes. I want like tempura. I want like deep fried everything. I don't want it fishy. I'm one of those guys. I'm sorry. It makes me gag. What do you want from me? Never had shrimp? Never had what? Oh, we got to get this man out of Ukraine. You got to get out of here before you get drafted, dude. It's already, as soon as you get out of college, you're going to get your draft notice. They're going to be waiting for you at your graduation ceremony with your fucking draft notice. You got to have shrimp. We got to get this kid some shrimp, guys. This is unbelievable. Chem Goblin's never had shrimp. This is unbelievable. Get this kid out of Ukraine. Oh my God. Okay. Here we go. Back to the holiday cheer. Frantic final hours of Christmas shopping. Here we go. This is the footage everyone loves to see. People shamelessly blasting past each other to grab those precious Christmas sales. Let's see this.
Melbourne's major shopping centres are operating extended hours in the countdown to Christmas. Christy Mayer is braving the crowds at Southland. Christy, Australians are on a $9 billion weekend spending spree.
Total spending spree, guys.
They certainly are, Beck. Millions of people are expected through the doors of major shopping centres right across Melbourne between now and Christmas Eve. Trading hours do vary, but many, like Southland, will be open late tonight. Now, if you have left it to the last minute to grab a gift, don't worry.
It's not even half
you're not
capacity.
Dashing to the shops.
Last minute, I'll say, yeah.
Bracelets, clothes, new shoes.
Yo, did you catch the kid in the back? Yo, awesome. He's great. Check this kid in the back.
I'll say, yeah.
Bracelets, clothes, new shoes.
For a few last-minute gifts. Despite many budgets being tighter this year due to the rising cost of living, shoppers are tipped to make the most of the early sales.
And you'll be getting around about $9 billion worth of expenditure over this week of Christmas.
Our prices are very, very reasonable this year, which is very good for our customers, so they'll enjoy that.
Who the hell? Where'd they find this guy? How many guys did they interview before they found this guy? Prices are reasonable? Says who, sir? Says here, Aptus and Seafood. He works for a goddamn seafood company. Hello? Bias. Hello? This guy, owner of the seafood company. Prices are great. Come on down, folks. Prices are actually quite reasonable. Things are back to normal, folks. Bye, bye, bye. I'm just a regular citizen.
Very reasonable this year, which is very good for our customers, so they'll enjoy.
All right, I mean, he does say our customers, so he probably did reference his business, and they just cut that part out, the bastards.
Over the next few days, fishmongers at South Melbourne Market will sell 12.
Okay, and they're fishmongers. They just should have indicated that the guy that they were talking to was a fishmonger.
Tons of lobster and
that's
crayfish,
nuts.
18 tons of
12,
prawns,
18,
10 tons of salmon, and 300,000
Jesus.
oysters.
Between now and Christmas, we'll have about 250,000 people through the doors.
Go to the shops prepared, knowing classic favourites are back at the top of many wish lists.
Shellfish is actually pretty damn. They're basically bugs. You can get away with farming and pulling that much out of there. The salmon, though, you got to be careful with your salmon populations, and how much you're pulling out.
Technology, fragrances, books, and clothes.
Electronics are always popular, and to be honest, now that we're in those last few days before Christmas, gift cards,
they did. Oh no shit! Oh my god! I'm that stoned.
Ugly Christmas jumpers are also back in fashion.
Son of a bitch!
Now
they did.
such a
God damn it, they did. Son of a bitch, I am that stoned. I am that stoned.
Over this week of Christmas.
Our prices are very, very reasonable this year, which is very good for our...
God damn it, they did exactly what I criticized them for not doing. Son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Well, thank you for paying it. You're like the only one who's actually watching this. Thank you, Strategy. Over here. Thank you so much.
The gift of choice.
Ugly Christmas jumpers are also back in fashion. Now such a growing trend. Some major
at the end of the year. I'm so afraid. I'm at the end of the, at the end of the year it's happening. But no, it's the year of the tyrant on my body. I have a new mythos that I'll be introducing to everybody soon. I've been working on. I'm going to be a tyrant to myself.
Retailers have already sold out, sending shoppers online.
Ugliest fucking thing I've ever seen in my life.
Locally, sourced locally.
Okay, here we go.
So everyone really comes to the market to support local small businesses and local farmers and local producers.
The market will be open all weekend, closing at 4 o'clock on Christmas Eve.
Merry Christmas!
Aww.
Christy Mayer, 7 News.
Whoa, epic. Fucking epic, dude. Okay, so we got the Christmas cheer. Let's keep it going. Christians in Pakistan rebuild Christian months. Okay, we've already seen news about that, dude. We've seen that like twice. Let's keep it going. Santa preparing to deliver gifts around the world. Take it away, Fox.
This season is so special.
the traditions, the meaning behind it, spending time with your family and friends.
Yeah.
Nothing is better than
Unless
that.
you're Palestine.
And tonight we are so blessed to have a very special guest joining us all the way from his workshop. It's the big man himself, Santa Claus.
The man
so
himself.
Santa Claus, thank you for joining us today.
Man
People
himself.
want
and
to.
folks, we got the update from NORAD. We know where he's at the moment, which is a little bizarre. How old is this video? He must have done 1 day ago. So this must have been right before his flight. Thank goodness NORAD was providing that service. I hope that costs a lot of money. Let's just move on from that. Wanted to show this amazing video from your boy Maximilian Robespierre, who no matter how many times I complain about his name and the goddamn Jacobins, they won't change their name. Trying to rewrite history over here. They ruined the French Revolution. Anyway, he's got a great video about UK right-wingers having a little shit fit. I wanted to show that here. Isn't he in the sky? Santa Claus? Yeah, that interview was a day ago. We got the confirmation from NORAD. They literally have they're spending jet fuel and money to have planes in the air. I forgot to ask that. I wanted to ask that. Do you literally have planes in the air? Are you actually spending money on that? I was like dropping hints, and she was such a professional. She wouldn't do it. She wouldn't get all like. I was like, so you're wasting money on it. I didn't say that. I wasn't. I was like, anyway. That was fun. That was a good time. We'll make sure to clip that and put that on social media. I'll put that on Blue Sky.
Hi guys, is Talk TV a spoof, a joke, a comedy channel?
Oh, that's super loud. Sorry, 1 second.
Really crappy satire, because it can't be something serious. Literally no.
Yes, I've complained to him through my show, which I'm sure he watches. I'm a very popular show. I'm a very popular streamer. People watch me every time I stream. I get in the, live stream fails. I have hundreds of millions of viewers, so of course Maximilian Robespierre watches me, and he of course he does. Of course he does.
Commentator who appears on it is a serious individual who has something actually intelligent to say.
That's how it started, strategy, and then he went overboard. Look into the whole history of Maximilian Robespierre and the goddamn Jacobins strategy. Yeah, because it started off all dandy. He was going after the real guys, and then he got fucking power mad. And he ruined the whole damn thing. Son of a bitch. I looked into the history because I'm like, who the hell is this Maximilian? Who are these Jacobins? Ridiculous name. Jack-off-a-bins, because my juvenile mind, that's where it goes. But it's like, and I looked it up. I'm like, wait a minute, what the hell? Why are we celebrating these guys? They started lopping off heads left and right. Anyway, I say it every time I bring it up. I can't stand it. It's so weird. I just don't understand why we're celebrating this. Because it's like, yes, okay, I understand. Yes, that was the revolution. That was great. But what are we celebrating? The beginning or the end? Wrong Jacobins? It's the wrong Jacobins. Okay, great. Multiple Jacobins. Okay, that doesn't confuse things at all. Okay, all right. Okay, that's good. That's good to know that we're not. Okay, then that's good to know that media source is not celebrating the Jacobins that just started lopping off heads left and right. Okay, that's good to know. All right, I'll just take your word for it, Woke Patriot. You're well read.
A panel of, what can I say, commentators had what can only be perceived as a induced meltdown over Christmas. Have a listen to this.
It started off great.
Plummet all the time.
So
it's like happy festive period.
Yeah.
I'm so sick. Why can't we say Merry Christmas anymore?
I did not say.
Who's stopping you from saying Merry Christmas? You literally said it on this show.
Stop him.
And you were not criticized over
Cancel
it.
him. What's
Who
the social media?
Who has actually been criticized for saying Merry Christmas?
I have. I said it. I said Merry Christmas. At a car crash, the person wrecked his car, and I went up into the ditch there, and I went up to the window, and I said, knocked on the window, and Merry Christmas, and they just gave me a really, weird look. A really, really weird look. Fucking communist.
Has anyone ever walked into a shop and said Merry Christmas and been criticized?
It happens to me all the time.
Has anyone ever said Merry Christmas in any context where they were criticized over it? No. I think the problem here is twofold. One is that Christianity in Britain is on the decline. More and more people are identifying as other religions or as no religion at all.
Merry Christmas!
And the idea of Christmas, the idea of Christmas related to Christianity
telling me to leave it because you hate
sort of
Christmas.
gone away over the last number of decades, it's more a commercial festival.
Sir,
but also,
you have to leave.
There are other religious festivals
Christians
taking place at this time in December.
I'm going to say it.
So, of course, you're going to refer to them as well. Businesses understand that they can
Maximilian, bro, I wanted the goddamn clip, bro. You're worse than I am, man. Let's get back to the clip.
When it comes to schools or maybe public bodies, they have to be more inclusive because they have to respect people who are from another religion or people who have no religion at all.
At the Dunkin' Donuts.
White Christmas is racist, and my friend.
Sorry, who actually said that? White Christmas.
What did she say?
Are from another religion or people who have no religion at all.
White Christmas is racist, and
White Christmas is racist. Kinda. Why do we have to bring color into this at all? Why can't everyone of any color, ethnicity, creed, or religion enjoy Christmas? If anything, it's like it's a great opportunity to convert people into Christianity, right? Be like, oh, the origins of, Christmas, blah, blah, blah. It's like, it's such a wonderful holiday, all over the world, no matter what religion you celebrate, you kind of want to celebrate Christmas, even if you're not really compatible with it because it's such a great holiday. They turn it into such a yucky thing.
And my friend.
Sorry, who actually said that? White Christmas is racist. White Christmas refers to snow. Once again,
yeah, no, exactly. Okay, strategy. So that's what he's saying here as well. Talking about, and yeah, no one is saying that. I guess if you were wearing a Klan hood and talking about a white Christmas, I think some liberals would have some problems with that. Would you have a problem with liberals having a problem with Nick Fuentes in a Klan hood talking about a white Christmas? Does anyone, the liberals are sort of the woke mob canceling anybody that just comes out and says it. So I don't know. Is she being obtuse, or is that just a straw man?
School, they said no longer talk about baby Jesus as Mary. It could be Malcolm.
I mean, we had.
Do you understand that his name was not Jesus?
Okay, well, and also the reason why religion should be avoided in schools and those, because there's multiple religions, and you can't have authority figures that are supposed to be neutral and just be, we're talking about third-party authority figures, school figures. You can't have them acting as like one religion is the preferred religion or anything like that. It gets sticky, so it's best to just avoid religion, keep things neutral. It makes perfect sense to me. Practice your religion in your private time. I don't want a school promoting anyone's religion, right? From anything, from literally anything. I don't care what it is. Well, unless it's the spaghetti strainer one. That one's pretty funny. All right, let's get more of this. Who's this guy?
Because the Bible, her Bible, was written in English.
The school where they were saying that Christmas songs are potentially racist because suggesting that Jesus is the Son of God is haram in Islam.
No, it's...
What?
Yeah, no, and once again, we should probably be avoiding... And I saw, it's interesting, I've been watching a lot of baby nursery rhymes and things like that on TV because of my kid. And they've started to take these old school Christmas songs that have a lot of, Christian iconography and symbolism in them. And they strip them of all that. And they just make it about like Christmas trees and Christmas cookies and, generic Christmas stuff. And the reason why they do that is because some kids that are watching that are not Christian. They don't understand the symbolism. And as a parent, I don't really want my kid exposed to a bunch of, religious symbolism until they're old enough to understand it. For me, it's any religion. I want my kid to pick their own religion, yada, yada, Mr. Super Liberal over here. They can pick whatever they want. When he asks me, Daddy, what's your religion? I'll tell him quantum mechanics, just like I tell everybody else. And it doesn't make any goddamn sense to me either, but that's the best one I could come up with. What I'm trying to say is like, that's as far as my faith allows. That's it. When people say have faith, that's it. That's as much faith as I have is right there is quantum mechanics, that there's this possibility of infinite dimensions and, the possibility of a fourth dimension, that we might be able to interpret its shadow, yada, yada, yada. That's as mystical as my cynical mind allows me to get. That's as voodoo as my mind allows me to go. in terms of my belief. I know it doesn't make any sense. Leave me alone.
What? Once again, I don't believe these things happen, or if they did.
Yeah, no, they're totally making up these scenarios. They're completely making up this victimhood narrative.
Or it's a very bad attempt at comedy.
Frightening.
Yeah,
and the
John
teachers
Axel,
are the
yeah.
caretaking your children.
strategy,
aren't they,
so
while,
much so.
while you're at work, and hopefully learning things like maths and English, not brainwashing them into some mad ideology.
Yeah. No, Hop Little Bunnies. Hop Little Bunnies is it's about bunnies that are sleeping so still you think that they're dead. Are they? They're so still. Are they ill? Wake up soon. Hop little bunnies, hop hop hop. Hop little bunnies, hop hop hop. Hop hop hop, hop hop hop. They're all in my head, dude. They're all in my head.
But we're talking about Christmas. We're talking about religion, and you're saying I don't want my children, or we don't want children to be taught about some mythical thing.
Yeah.
You don't want them to be told the story about Santa Claus? These people make no sense whatsoever. Let's not talk about religion. Let's not talk about Santa Claus. Let's talk about maths and English.
Are we losing this culture war?
I think we are. We're slowly losing it, and that's a failure of this Tory government. They've had a
The Tories are losing the culture war. What culture war? Like, the war on Christmas? Is this what we're talking about? Once again, this is something imported from the US. This idea that there's a war on Christmas, that the left...
It's amazing what the UK just imported, this war on Christmas shit. Dude, this is stale in the US, man. This is like, fashion being like, US fashion getting over there 5 years later. This is so weird. What are you going to do? Wear bling chains and listen to Little John? This is really old school stuff. The war on Christmas? Fucking Rush Limbaugh's dead. I mean, how much war on Christmas are they actually doing over there at Fox?
And liberals and and other elements want to remove Christmas from our society. And it's not an actual evaluation of the way the society changes.
Decade in power to actually do
Fox
some
isn't
good
even doing
for the
war on
country
Christmas.
and stand up for British values.
Nearly 14 years.
So what has
Look at this
Christmas got
shit.
to do with British values?
Last video shows up as a Bill O'Reilly video from 7 years ago. Christmas in America. Okay, let's do this. Come on. War on Christmas video. What do you got for me? War on Christmas. War on Christmas. Give me some Fox. Come on. 6 years ago, 1 year ago, the war on Christmas has begun. Fox News. Here we go.
The first shots were fired
Jesse
in the war on
Waters.
Christmas.
Here we go.
In
War
a
on
small
Christmas.
town called Dedham, Massachusetts.
Okay, all right. So Fox News literally still talking about the war. This is 1 year ago. I mean, that still counts. Wow, really still talking about this shit. This is as stale as it gets, man.
Librarian Amber Maroney
War on
killed
Christmas.
their annual Christmas tree because it makes some people feel uncomfortable.
What, you got a big fucking Jesus cross on it? Is that why?
What an absolute Maroney. Today, Primetime got a picture of the Christmas tree that was used for the past several years.
Let's see this
I think
Christmas
we have
tree.
it right there. Yeah, look. Does this kid look uncomfortable to you? Two of the people who live in that town join me now. Marianne
That's
Martin
it?
and
But that's all we get of the Christmas tree? Come on, there's got to be something wrong with it. There's got to be some reason. All right, anyway, I don't give a shit. We're not wasting time on Jesse Waters. Anyway, just wanted to show some malding here. Wanted to show this. This is the last little bit of our Christmas coverage here. This passes for entertainment over there on Fox News. They think these two complete and total chuckleheads over here. I guess they think they're funny. This is really interesting. Let's go ahead and watch this. We're not going to watch the whole thing. I'm going to skip through most of it here because we're not going to listen. But it's really unbearable. And they did this for 5.5 minutes. I don't think I could watch it for more than 30 seconds.
Only Buddy the Elf's father making the naughty list. Santa has several other big names that weren't so good in 2023.
No, then that scene, by the way, never gets old. I love that one. But let's turn to our wall and see the top 5, starting with this one. The president, Joe Biden. Now, he's got the worst approval of any modern-day president, 39%.
Worst approval of any modern-day president, according to Gallup on Friday. Gallup on Friday. Okay. So when I look up Joe Biden's presidential approval ratings, Roper for Public Opinion Research, according to Quinnipiac, the lowest he's been is 31, and then 29% for Donald Trump, and 19% for George Bush. And boy, this brings back memories. Remember George Bush's approval ratings at the end of his presidency? Absolutely apocalyptic. So Gallup Friday, poll Biden approval. See what we got here. Presidential approval ratings, Joe Biden, according to Gallup. Highest job approval rating, approve, disapprove. Do you disapprove 59, 50, 50, 40, 37? Job by party identification. How do you read this crap? It's all fucking numbers. That's why I like interpretation. It's nice. I need my news fed to me like a little baby bird. Okay. It just seems like a pretty selective worst approval of any modern day president. It just doesn't. What does that even mean? Of any modern day president? Because he doesn't have the worst approval. Trump had lower approval numbers.
That's the worst.
So what?
In 40 years, Will.
That makes the American.
It's the worst in 40 years. That's just not true. We just saw it. I mean, George Bush had 19% approval rating. So I mean, what does that mean? Modern day president. What does that mean? Because Trump had lower approval rating, the previous president to Joe Biden. So I don't even understand what that means.
American public's naughty list, but, continuing to fail at your job while blaming others and then pandering to constituencies to divide the American public against one another. I think I'm
projection.
I feel fairly confident saying, I'll bet Griff, he's over there on Santa's naughty list as well.
Look at that, naughty. And you know what he's doing to treat himself for being on the naughty list? Going to St. Croix for the new year. Caribbean reward. Good figure.
Wow, president going on vacation. That'd be like a president spending one fifth, 1/6, 1/4 of their presidency at a golf course. That would be embarrassing. Yeah, big time.
Beach vacation. I don't know.
I honestly don't. I don't think presidents, especially if you're a lefty. If I was president, I wouldn't be taking vacation. Honestly, there's too much to do. It would be like, no. I got 4 years or 8 years if I'm lucky. I'm not wasting a single day at the fucking Caribbean. I think it's ridiculous, man. When all this important shit's going down, you're one of the most important men on planet Earth. And how can you take any time off? How is that even possible if you're the president of the United States, the most important man in the goddamn world? Oh, you're just going to churn your brain off? What are you going to watch? SpongeBob? You're the most important motherfucking man in the world. No, Kim Goblin. It's not entitlement. Just fix everything right away. No, it's about dedication to the job. You get 4 or 8 years there. There's a lot that could be done today. I just don't like this idea. Presidents, if everything was hunky-dory, if everything was mostly hunky-dory, okay. Things are not mostly hunky-dory. Do they feel hunky-dory to you, Kim Goblin? Over there in Ukraine? Do you want your leaders going on vacation right now? Would that be a good idea? Fucking ridiculous. Joe Biden with a stroke of a pen could get, more weapons and ammo into Ukraine's hands right fucking now. Extended diplomatic visit? Was it? Better have been. He better have been doing some double duty. I mean, but how do you even shut off? What do you do? What do you watch? What do you watch? A Christmas Story? You're the goddamn leader of the free world, dog. I don't get it.
If he'll be on Marine One, Air Force One, but he usually is by the side of the president. And I think it's a no-brainer. Hunter Biden ought to be on the naughty list. Now, I mean, we can talk about tax evasion charges.
Yeah, so anyway, it just goes on like this. So Hunter Biden, of course, elected by the United States, citizens, to be a leader. Then they go to Senator Bob Menendez, who's, this guy's a total crook, absolute total crook, deserves to be in prison, and should have been in jail, a lot longer. He should have been, Barack Obama administration should have been investigating this guy, and they didn't. So, you know, just obvious corruption. Absolutely. Shit all over him if you wish, Fox guys. Got to give him a little bit of props. They did bring up George Santos. I mean, how can't you? He's, you know, too many good jokes. I mean, the jokes write themselves with George Santos here.
George Santos, by the way, maybe getting kicked out of Congress for a litany of things, none of which include wearing Ferragamo loafers that were paid for. He did get kicked out by Congress. We haven't had that in quite some time in Washington, but his career seems to be flourishing. He's making cameos for like $500 that you can get to send to.
Yeah, I should have gotten a cameo with George Santos when he was doing it for $200. I guess he raised his prices. He'll be back down to $200 really soon. He'll be back down to fucking $25 by the end of next year, when he's an absolute nobody and the TV interviews dry up.
Friends on Instagram.
Well, look, most of George Santos's sins that would have landed him on the naughty list have to do with lying. And I mean, he's been everything from a Division I volleyball player to, I don't know what else exists on his resume. But I will
certainly not his right-wing politics, guys. Those were great.
Say this about George Santos, and this group isn't finding themselves on this particular 5-person naughty list. He didn't have sex in the Senate hearing chambers. He didn't have sex.
Wow, so we're whatabouting George Santos, guys. We're using this opportunity to what about George Santos's horrifically corrupt behavior, and what is the thing that we're going to what about George, who is a total fraud, who spent his own constituents' money that they donated to his campaign for politics, and he spent it on OnlyFans and clothes and vacations and other crap. We're gonna what about that with some gay sex in the chambers, which is like, you know, bad call, guys. You should have, you know, found a better place for it. I'm sure they were looking forward to it all day. They had it all planned out. They knew they were going to be alone in there. But that's what we're going to what about. This man was a complete fraud who was a proud right winger, and the party, you know, the party kept him along so you'd vote for McCarthy. And this is what we're going to what about with some gay sex shit.
In the judiciary hearing chambers, and he did have a few things to say about that inappropriateness, which, is there anyone among us who would say that doesn't land you on the naughty list?
He's out there today railing on his social media about the migrants flying through the airports, and he says his favorite airline, Delta Airlines, which he loves, he hopes they won't be doing it. So maybe there's a post.
Wow, man, they're trying to resurrect. I mean, it's unbelievable. They're shameless. They're trying to he's a big liar. He lied about literally everything, but he hates immigrants.
Congressional career life for George Santos.
Maybe we could get him on Fox News as a personality. People love him. He's charismatic. He's a complete liar, total fraud. People love him.
I think so for sure. Although for this year, it looks like he's on the naughty list. A lump of coal for him.
But you know, he's not as bad as Hunter Biden. Come on, let's be real. And then they talk about these 3 women, the Ivy League president trio. I don't know. Failed to denounce anti-Semitism. Really? Oh, really? I don't know who these women are, but I bet if we were to look into, these are the college professors, aren't they? Yeah. These are the college professors that basically stood up for liberty and free speech. You know, not allowing the term free Palestine to be conflated with the idea that, you know, that if you're saying free Palestine, you're supporting Hamas, you know, instantly, or if you just, you know, support Hamas or not. No, if you support the Palestinian people, you are by definition supporting Hamas. Just a completely ridiculous equation, which is, you know, in effect standing up for free speech. Sorry. Itch in my throat. So yeah, these women, these college professors who stood up for free speech and liberty, failed to denounce anti-Semitism by what? By not allowing Palestinian marches to happen on their campus. Oh, we got to ban. We got to go after them. Go after them. They say Israel shouldn't kill Palestinian people. Clearly, they support Hamas. God, it's just dangerous. All right, we have to watch this because this is how they do it. This is how, you know, they slyly frame really important subjects, and this is how they get your grandpa and your uncle to support genocide. So we should watch this to see how clever they are here, because these women stood up for free speech. They said, no, you know, just because you don't believe, you know, you just because you believe that Palestine is a state, that you believe that innocent Palestinians shouldn't be punished for the actions of Hamas, that does not mean you support terrorism It does not mean you support the terrorist organization of Hamas, right? That is a yes. I mean, that's common sense when you say it that way. But no, they want to say no because they want to say no because you disagree with the Israeli lie that supporting Palestinians equals supporting Hamas, because you disagree with that incredibly loaded political definition, right, of Palestinian people as all terrorists. Because you don't agree with that insanity, you are failing to denounce anti-Semitism by refusing that narrative. So let's see how they defend this. This is going to be interesting.
You have Liz McGill from Penn fired or demoted. No longer the president
she resigned,
of Penn.
Liz McGill.
That's right.
She saw the writing on the wall and said, I got to step down because I handled a congressional hearing wrong, and the three of them could not bring themselves.
Well, was that her official statement on why she stepped down?
To condemn what's happening, the pro-Palestinian rallies, and putting students in danger.
Or find a consistent message on free speech. This lady, who no one can...
Amazing. This guy, so they're talking about what? And listen to the casual, saying, just by supporting by supporting free Palestine, right? Just the assumption that if you are supporting the Palestinian people, you are supporting terrorism and terrorist acts on October 7th.
In rallies and putting students in danger.
Or find a consistent message on free speech. This lady, who no one can remember her name, from MIT.
Consistent message on free. It is incredibly consistent to let people say things that you disagree with. That's the definition of free speech, dog.
Except Griff knows.
Sally Kloon-Bluth.
She's totally escaped attention. and of course, Claudine Gay from Harvard, who's now, I guess, kind of enmeshed in her own plagiarism scandal. I say enmeshed kind of because a lot of protection for her out there, including former President Barack Obama. But look.
It sounds like, maybe there's some baseless allegations that there hasn't been proof that, they're trying to scratch up some dirt here and nothing's really been proven. Is that basically what I'm hearing?
Plagiarism, inability to condemn anti-Semitism.
I guess she's guilty of plagiarism. He just literally said, well, we don't kind of have proof on that yet. I don't know, but plagiarist.
I say enmeshed kind of because a lot of protection for her out there, including former President Barack Obama. But look, plagiarism, inability to condemn anti-Semitism, inconsistency on free speech.
They wore Santa hats.
Guys, did you know it's free speech to if it's anti-free speech if you disagree with Israel? Did you know that? That's you're an anti-Semite.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Cool with the anti-Semitic remarks over here, dog. How dare you? How dare you criticize the extreme right-wing Netanyahu government for their ethnic cleansing campaign in Palestine? Clearly, you hate all Jewish people, not just Zionist Jews, but literally all Jewish people, because, as everyone knows, Zionist Jews represent all Judaism. Everyone knows that, despite whatever agree or disagree on. Your ratio of face to video is up. Well, thank you, Aristotle Online. Thank you so much. Merry fucking Christmas. Thank you. This is a very professional operation we got going on here in the News Underground, so I'm glad you're seeing the high production values. All right, folks. We are finally done with our Christmas portion of our Christmas special. Get our tunage going here. So, yeah, we are going to move on to our Ukraine segment here of Christmas news. It's fucking perfect. Congrats. Amazing. But you gave a little caveat there. So do you think that Palestinian people deserve death? Do you think the ethnic cleansing campaign from Israel is appropriate? Aristotle? You had to put your little agree or disagree. Oh, you're too spicy. Just too spicy. What news are you going to leave for tomorrow? I don't know. It's just a lot of. I didn't do a lot of Discord stuff today. We're gonna do a lot of just stuff that I dug up today. As recent news as I could find on the current subjects. But it's a Christmas special. We're doing streams on Christmas Eve and Christmas. Vivek Ramaswamy, real quick in gaming. What? Oh no.
I'm sorry to bother you here while you're in your car, but are you registered to vote?
Yeah, man.
What would you say would make an ideal candidate for, let's say, a mayor?
Okay. I don't know your views. I'm saying that I'm disagreeable, and before I disagree, your setup is perfect. I see. Well, you might find a welcome home here at the News Underground. We're very disagreeable people. You know, having principles is a double-edged sword, right? Oh yeah, it's great. Cut people to the bone, right? Cut fake-ass motherfuckers to the bone, but you end up cutting yourself if you truly believe. Because like, I was wondering on that. Like, is it really a principle if everyone agrees with it? You know, like basically everyone agrees that murder is wrong. That's not a principle. It's too easy. It really seems to me like it can only really be a principle if you receive resistance. But maybe that's just me. Anyway, folks, this is the News Underground, keeping it real Christmas special. Moving on to our Ukrainian news now. Was playing that too and ran into Squeaks doing that non-Vivek character. Oh, yeah. You know, Grand Theft Auto roleplay, I'm sorry, I find it cringe. I know everyone's really into it. It's just not my cup of tea. It just isn't. I'm sorry. I know I'm just the fucking worst, dude. I'm just the absolute fucking worst. No fun. Zero fun. No fun allowed, dog. Grand Theft Auto roleplay, kind of cringe. Maybe 2% smaller presence. On the webcam? Sure. Well, I have this scene all fucked up. You know, I gotta match these up. I gotta redo these scenes. These are all fucked up. But yeah, I can. You seem to give a shit. So there you go. 2%. There you go. Happy with that, Aristotle? Give me some goddamn wisdom, Aristotle. Quit critiquing my production values. Give me some of that Aristotle wisdom, please. I need some. I need some. Aristotle was a toll. Plato told me so. Either way, it was better than everyone else. Well, thank you. I mean, thank you. Look, the news at the News Underground. I try to provide. I call myself the #1 in news on Twitch because I try to provide real news. And it's not about me. It's not about my fucking relationship with my wife or whatever the fuck is going on in the Destiny universe, or you know my own vanity like with Vosh or Hassan. This is about the goddamn news. Someone's got to talk about the fucking news. All right? Enough of the right-wing drama from like Chud Logic and all the other clones. Right? Yes, okay, we have enough attention on the right wing. They're insane. They're fascistic. Thank you, John Axel. #1 Twitch on Twitch news. That's the #1 in news, man. It's the News Underground. All right, here we go. Moving on to our Ukraine news. Russian soldiers surrenders in to Ukraine after a troop storm his trench with grenades and machine guns. So we haven't seen a video like this in a little bit. This was from 10 hours ago by the Daily Mail. So I don't know if it's exclusive footage or wherever this was leaked from or wherever. But yeah, here we haven't seen one of these in a minute. Russian soldier getting taken prisoner.
Oh, коп! Скільки вас там є? Скільки вас є?
Sorry, let me get out of the way of the subtitles here.
Ю мать, Сепар, що справа? Справа вход. Летить щось?
Yeah, Chem Goblin, exactly. Yeah. I mean, hate is a strong word, but I definitely, despise your beliefs. I think you're totally wrong. It sounds like you believe in Christian exceptionalism. You know, Christian nationalist. Yeah, no, we totally disagree. Best for you to just leave right now before I go ahead and ban you. But yeah, if you want to stick around and disagree with everything I say and just be a bad actor in the chat, defend your religious nonsense and the religious worldview. Don't waste your time. I'll just ban you. So bye-bye. You calling yourself Aristotle and you're a Christian nationalist. That is actually fucking hilarious. The Jews. Yeah, that's a good point, Woke Patriot. He did say something very anti-Semitic, didn't he? All right. I guess it is time to go. Well, Aristotle, fuck you. Thank you for wasting my time. You're a piece of shit. And I have no problem banning you immediately because I'm kind of sick of your bullshit. But get the fuck out of here. Christian nationalism, huh? What a fucking joke. What a fucking joke. What a fucking joke. Yeah, Diogenes. Yeah, Diogenes is the shit. 100% Diogenes for life, dog.
Сєпа, ви провіряли ту нору? Зачистка охоту! Тут провіряли? Там чисто? Сейчас провіримо. Сєпа.
He was anti-Semitic, Chem Goblin.
Закинь нормально, закинь гранату і с'їбі ***я. Ти хто? Іди сюди! Іди сюди! Ходили, я кидаю гранату! Братана! Откуда ты, жить хочу? Нормально все, неси! Неси!
Chaos, dude. Total fucking chaos.
Oh! Броню скидай! Скидывай броню! Пускай скидывает броню,
Holy fucking skibbity toilet, dog. Holy fucking skibbity. What'd he do? Oh no, Diogenes. Well, look him up. He's just a total. Look, if you are into the concept of liberty and freedom, Diogenes needs to be understood. So if you care about those topics, then look him up. He's worthy of your time. Now, with that said, I don't totally agree with the philosophy of Diogenes. You know, I mean, he would just masturbate wherever the hell he wanted to. He lived like a dog. He never found that if what I'm trying to say is that if everyone lived like, everyone needs to have a little bit of Diogenes in their heart to be human. But if everyone were to embrace the teachings of Diogenes, like 100%, we as a species would be totally fucked. So it's an interesting kind of thing there. We can't use Diogenes as a framework for governance. Okay, that would be chaos. But I would say to be human, we have to understand Diogenes, and politics is human. So I guess he's in there somewhere. But yeah, a whole society run by a bunch of Diogenes it would be a disaster, dog. That shit would be a disaster.
Броню скидай!
That is wild.
Пускай скидывает броню, у него граната.
Fucking skibbity toilet, dude.
Раздевайся, Куда твои убежали? На позиции?
Boy, look at this guy.
Ну смотри.
Is he 40, 50?
Если соврал,
He's in his 40s. It's gotta be.
Что за блиндаж? Там кто-то оставался? Вон, нора. Сзади на 6 нора.
Не, я бля буду, там внимание.
Мы знаем ваши будут.
Front line is bananas, dude. The front line is fucking bananas, dude.
Людей на той позиции было?
Getting PTSD, dude.
Сколько?
Like you can't. It's chaos. It's loudness. It's just shit, banging and blowing up everywhere, dude. Holy shit.
Что у вас есть из вооружения?
I would be a mess.
Какое
I'd be an
здесь
absolute
есть
fucking mess on the front
вооружение?
lines.
Тяжелое. Сколько там бойниц есть? 2 или 3?
Сейчас будет дрон работать, скорее всего.
Did you catch that? Did you catch that at the end? Look what these Ukrainians on the front line have a crazy sense of humor, dude. They put a little cat on him. They put a little kitty on his head. You're a little pet for the kitty.
Трое? Что у вас есть из вооружения?
Hey man, I'd rather see this than the videos that I saw of Russians just shooting POWs as they're crawling out of their trenches, totally surrounded, completely disarmed, hands in the air, gun down. What would you rather see? Right, a POW getting taken prisoner, back to a jail, where he'll eventually be swapped, right? Humiliating him with a little kitty. Oh wow, what a dishonor. Or should he just been shot in the head? Military is so funny. Oh, I know. Yeah. Yeah, they're all Nazis, right? We're really still doing that? Really? I'm not going to go into at length, but the white nationalist faction of the Azov Battalion makes up maybe 20% of the Azov Battalion. And sorry to what about, but I would like to see what military on planet Earth doesn't have some kind of extreme right-wing vein in there. We got Nazis in the Canadian military. The right-wing racist, of all different flavors and shapes that are all over the U.S. military. We can't talk about any of that. Oh no. Open Nazi. Yeah, no, honey, we're not doing that. No, you can go bye-bye. You can go bye-bye.
Какое здесь есть вооружение? Тяжелое.
The Ukrainian military is not Nazis. It's just completely ridiculous. You know, and the Ukrainian people, of course, are not Nazis. I mean, the whole thing is fucking absolutely ridiculous. And quite frankly, it diminishes the entire, the tragedy of World War II. And I'm not trying to diminish the Ukrainian war and the sacrifices being made here, but when you're, and this is why Godwin's law exists, because like you need to be careful about these comparisons here. And this is why I don't agree with the people saying Putin is Hitler. Okay? Nobody has hit Hitler levels since Hitler. Okay? And it's just wildly ridiculous to be saying this, that because like a fair conversation about the extreme right-wing element in the Ukrainian military should absolutely be had. And I do think Zelensky, has a tightrope walk to walk on this when it comes to this subject, right? Because you don't exactly want to be kicking soldiers out, but you also don't exactly want to keep, this element within your military, because this element ultimately believes in secession. These extreme fascistic elements of your military ultimately would be the ones that would encourage some kind of coup or something against you once things calm down, once peace happens, right? So you'd want to do some purge. So it's complicated. But the generalization, the Ukrainian, they're all Nazis, is just so fucking patently ridiculous. You're either wildly ignorant, which is usually not the case, because it's usually number two, you have a agenda. You have a narrative that needs to be pushed so that a certain worldview that is not reality could be reinforced. You're a liar, basically. You're basically a propagandist, but most people don't even understand that that's how they're functioning. They've allowed themselves to be weaponized, and they're hopping around the internet fucking firing their gun everywhere, and they don't even realize that they're a weapon. It's fascinating. But anyway, back to this. John Axel, I probably had something to do with the economy, the economic situation. That would be my guess, but I'm not a fucking genius. I don't know. Ask Bosch. Yeah, strategy member. Like I don't like to use what about arguments, but this, honestly, show me a military that doesn't have extreme right-wing elements in them. Okay, and yes, there are militaries where there's a lot. There's a lot. Okay, and you could point to the Russian military where there's there's a lot of fucking racists in the Russian military. There's a lot of fascistic dudes in the Russian military. But that's every military. But there are some that are worse and some that are more. But the Ukrainian military, that's just not the case, dude. Yeah, you got a couple pictures of some Ukrainians with some psycho-ass fucking SS patches, okay? But that, it's about the bulk. It's about the evidence, okay? And I look, we look at this footage and we freeze frame. We look at these patches here. I would be pointing this shit out like, whoa, dude, I'm seeing a lot of Nazi patches. I'm noticing that. And that is just not the case. We watch hours and hours and hours of this footage of these guys doing their job. And quite frankly, no, I don't see the Nazi patches, right? Oh, they took them off for the camera. They took them off for the camera. Really? They're taking it off in the heat of battle. They're taking it off in the heat of battle while they're clearing a trench. Come on. We got to stop letting the liars suck all the oxygen out of the room, right? And just show them to the door and continue on with our lives. That's how we got to do it. We can't let them take us over. We can't. With their false information and their bad actor gaslighting. They have special patches that just show up on camera. Oh, got him. Got him, bitch. Hey, got him. Special anti-camera patches. Swastikas. They got swastikas. Hidden ghost swastikas. Crypto fascism taken to the next level. Getting the itch to pound and punch a Nazi. We should only be punching Nazis once we're at war with them, but I don't see any reason why any leftist running for office shouldn't declare war against Nazism. Who's gonna disagree? Right? If you disagree, oh yeah, I'm a proud leftist and I fucking hate Nazis. I'm gonna, as soon as I get in office, I'm gonna declare war against Nazis. That's right. If you're walking around with a swastika patch, I'm gonna make it legal for you to get punched in the face. Who's gonna disagree? I think leftists should run on it. Probably not a good idea to run on violence, but it seems to work really well for Republicans. Can't the lefties get violent with like one thing? Everyone's cool with Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama dropping bombs. Come on, guys. Give us one. Give us one. Yeah, tax rebates. Right? But you know what would start happening? People just punching people out, then put like a Nazi armband on them. Claiming a prize. It would turn into chaos immediately. Ukraine says it. So back to the news here. Ukraine says it shot down 3 Russian fighter bombers and her son. Hell yeah, bitch. Hell yeah, bitch. That's got to be the American-made goodies right there. I'm curious though if they used any of the older stuff, but that 3 of them, that's got to be the U.S. toys.
Indeed, the news of those 3 aircrafts, Su-34 being downed yesterday, started to make the rounds here on social media. First, there was no information as to where exactly they had been shot down, and then it was on Russian channels on social media that military bloggers were talking about the region of Krinky. This is in Kherson region, as you were mentioning, and it is indeed quite a catch for the Ukrainian army. Why? Because those planes are actually the ones which carry ballistic missiles and hypersonic missiles that are often launched on Ukraine's residential areas, energy infrastructures, and of course on the front line on soldiers or military facilities. So this is quite significant for Ukraine to announce that they haven't shot down just one plane, but 3 warplanes that are among the most modern ones used by the Russian army. So this is quite a victory for Kiev to announce such an operation at the time where Russia continues its operations every day to shell the country, not only on the front line, but also on civilians. Every night here we have alerts, also here in the capital, Kiev, alerts of drones, of missiles attacks. So this will come for Ukrainians as some good news and much needed good news in an otherwise quite a gloom time for the country.
It is a very gloomy time for the country. I mean, it doesn't feel like a very Merry Christmas for Ukraine, and honestly, it's such a shame because you got the pundits out here that are like asking these ridiculous questions. Oh, is it time for Ukraine to give up territory like we all knew it was going to happen? Oh, told you so, told you so. The cynics coming out of the fucking woodwork now. Told you so, told you so. And then you have the reality of the situation, which is, Ukraine doing a phenomenal job on the front lines. The death counts speak for themselves. The dead and injured of soldiers on either side still speak for themselves. They're doing a heroic job against the ocean of mines that Russia has instituted, with very little air support. Of course, as you can see here, they have anti-air support. But it's just there's a reality that is not being reflected in this defeatist narrative that I'm seeing in the mainstream media. And what is it? Why are we doing? Where did this defeatist narrative come? All of a sudden, the moment the October 7th happened, we start hearing this defeatist. I mean, I guess that's not fair because there was, trepidation. We would probably still be talking about. We would probably still be having discussions with the defeatists about, okay, is it time to wrap it up? Is it time to stop support for Ukraine? Those conversations would still be happening, but the material reality of Israel has, on top of this narrative, has made like a material difference in the amount of aid that Ukraine is getting, and that definitely changes the game. But I don't think the existence, what happened on October 7th would be changing that narrative, because even before on October 6th. It wasn't, it's not like Ukraine was making massive gains either. All right, so moving on to our next story here. Wanted to show this one. Sorry, I know CNN, Christina Amanpour here, hack supreme, so I'm sorry about that. With that said, though, I wanted to watch a little bit of this because it's why NATO chief is counting on Congress to re-up Ukraine military aid. I just wanted to see what exactly the public face of NATO, like what is the stance, of NATO? What's the arguments from NATO? Because NATO's a big part of this, and we often don't see their opinions in public and all that. I'm sure it's all presented there, but in terms of like, an interview and whatnot. So, why NATO chief is counting on Congress to re-up Ukraine military aid. So I just wanted to see here. And of course, if it's just like shining, rah, 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 support Ukraine, I'm just looking for any kind of nuance, any kind of hint that there's light at the end of this ridiculous tunnel here, according, from NATO's perspective.
What a difference this year has made for Ukraine. Just last December, President Volodymyr Zelensky was warmly received in a rare joint session of Congress.
Our two nations are allies in this battle. And next year will be a turning point. I know it, the point when Ukrainian courage and American resolve must guarantee the future of our common freedom, the freedom of people who stand for their values.
So, while the turning point, as it were, never, I guess, materialized, this idea that Ukraine was defeated is just totally ridiculous to me. Because they stood up to one of the largest, most powerful militaries on planet Earth, and not only, stood their ground, but forced that military to take a step back. And it's just, I just hate how all of this is being, I've said it before, obviously, but it's just not accurate. But at the same time, I guess I really can't, the media kind of requires you, like when you're talking about this kind of stuff, it makes it easier to keep it simple. And it's easier to just speak in, either they're winning or they're losing. And it's really hard to inject any kind of nuance there. And it can seem, if nuance is required, it can seem like it's a defeat right then and there. Because if you have to, try to add context and whatnot, then it's not truly a victory of any kind, right? Kind of feels like that.
But if this year has been a turning point, it is turning in the wrong direction. Here's President Zelensky at a press conference in Kyiv, sounding less than confident about continued American support.
That's the standard media narrative right there. It's,
Talking
it's
about
winding down.
We are working very hard on this, and I'm certain that the United States of America will not betray us, and that on which we agreed in the United States will be fulfilled completely.
Okay, so his energy, he's not very high energy when he's saying this, but is that, does her description of Zelensky, is that quite accurate? That doesn't seem like a very accurate, it seems like she was trying to reframe this.
Zelensky at a press conference in Kyiv, sounding less than confident about continued...
So sounding less than confident, his words didn't sound less than confident, but I guess his low energy could be interpreted as
American support.
Talking about financial aid, we are working very hard on this, and I'm certain that the United States of America will not betray us, and that on which we agreed in the United States will be fulfilled completely.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it.
Why the change? Republican resistance to funding Ukraine has hardened from no blank checks to no checks at all. Congress has adjourned without passing critically needed funding for this battle for democracy.
These guys.
And in Europe, Hungary's Viktor Orban blocked $50 billion in EU aid. Now, military planners are considering the worst-case scenario, that Ukraine, without Western aid, loses to Russia, perhaps even by this summer. My guest, Jens Stoltenberg, wrestles with all of this as NATO's Secretary General. And he tells me that support for Ukraine is, in fact, a vital investment for the United States in the face of Putin's direct threat to the democratic world. Secretary General, welcome to the program. Did you expect that by the end of this year, things would be so dire and maybe Putin will be proved right to have said that he can wait out the West?
I'm always very careful predicting about wars because wars are by nature unpredictable, and most experts were very wrong at the beginning of the war because then we feared, and many experts believed, that Russia would take control over Kiev within days and that Ukraine would collapse within weeks. That didn't happen. The Ukrainians has been able to push back the Russian invaders in the north, in the east, and in the south. But of course, now we see that the front lines have not changed in any significant way over the last year. And therefore, it's even more important that we very clearly continue to provide support to Ukraine because they need our support to be able to prevail as a sovereign, independent nation in Europe.
So what? Okay, come on. Look, the real geopolitical reason is that we can't allow Russia to get away with this style of colonialism. It will light a fire under all the other empires to do the same, and we'll be dealing with these proxy border skirmishes until the end of our fucking existence. We can't allow countries to conquer other countries in this manner. You know, and if this was the United States doing this, if they were, you know, I mean, look, how long are we going to be in Iraq? You know, basically when the United States creates a base in the Middle East, we basically create a little town. But I mean, could you imagine if we just carved a hole in Afghanistan and just called it, you know, New Americistan? You know, I would be vociferously fighting against every entity fighting against that, all the resistance against that, international, you know, all that, and as should everybody else. Like we shouldn't allow this style of empire building to go on, Mr. Stoltz. They really do have the worst. You know, they suck. They just suck at this.
What is your reaction then to the US Congress, you know, not voting on this package, to the EU not voting on this package, and to, you know, American policy, anyway, Western policymakers saying that Ukraine's going to lose if it doesn't get this aid? Do you share that concern that it will lose if it doesn't get the critical aid that it needs very soon?
Of course.
Real quick, I want to see how my opinions line up with his here, or at least the structured opinion. But my opinion is that no, if all aid were to be cut off, Ukraine wouldn't lose per se, but they would have to reconfigure their fight to be one of, you know, just all defense. They would put all the rest of their resources in defense. They would be, you know, utilizing whatever partners they could to, you know, of course, keep the money coming in. But I think they would turn into, it would be a total war stance. You know, the entire society, every bit of resource going into the war effort, and it would be one completely focused on holding the territories, you know, that they have. Right. I think that's what would happen. It would turn it into a very, very, you know, they would want to try to drag it out as long as humanly possible.
Of course, it would have been much better if the US Congress could have decided on a new package or a new allocation of money to Ukraine.
Yeah, it would have been nice.
Before Christmas.
Ifs and buts.
At the same time, I continue to count on the United States and the US Congress to agree a substantial package for Ukraine.
Okay, this guy's completely, I'm not going to waste any more time. His fucking job is to not have, is to speak without saying anything. Oh, he doesn't have a fucking opinion on this? You're paid to not have an opinion on this. Dude, you're the chief of the motherfucking, you're chief of NATO. And you this is what you're giving me? This is the brown slop you're serving up?
Because this is not charity. This is not only something we do to support Ukraine. We do it because it is an investment in our own security. And we have to remember that if President Putin wins, it's not only a tragedy for the Ukrainians, it's also dangerous for us. We become more vulnerable because then the message to President Putin is that when he uses military force, he gets what he wants. And this is also very closely watched in Beijing. Yes. So this is in our security interest, in the security interest of the United States, to invest in the defense of Ukraine.
So to that point, let me play.
Yes, to that point, we should also be having a discussion about the United States and the other Western allies' use of power and their overuse of power, especially in the Middle East, right? You know, because if the Western Alliance wants to not stand there like, you know, PP-soaked hypocrites, talking about how Russia needs to do this and Russia needs to do that, we do need to have a discussion about the empire of the United States and the empire of the West. Of course, we're not going to do that. We can't do that. And like, you know, it's like, do we allow Ukraine to be absorbed into Russia and conquered while we're having this debate about how wrong the West is and how hypocritical the West is? Or do we just like, you know, because we have to, while disagreeing with the West and the military industrial complex, we also have to support its support of Ukraine so that Ukraine is allowed to exist, because we all agree that Ukraine is a legitimate democracy. Lots of corruption issues. They're working on it. They have a right to exist, though. I think we all agree on that. Some jackass. Oh, I disagree. Some comfortable jackass, you know, sitting on his couch. Oh, I don't think they should exist. So it's very difficult as like a leftist with principles who believes that, you know, democracies have a right to defend themselves from a larger army coming in to conquer them, who is receiving support from the military industrial complex that is wildly hypocritical. It's crazy, right? We're literally giving money and weapons to Ukraine for their legitimate liberation, while also giving weapons and money to Israel for their ethnic genocide campaign. We're doing that at the exact same time. So it is very, very difficult as a leftist to talk about any of this shit. It's like fucking brain melting. So speaking of getting your brain melted, I thought I'd give you rock hard military types something to look at, something hot and sexy. But we got ourselves the title of this video: Ukrainian soldiers happy with fast and accurate Swedish Archer howitzer. Fucking fuck yeah! My dick is as rock hard as this howitzer. Looking at this bitch. Let's see this motherfucker in action. Rock hard. Rock fucking hard. Steel. Bounce a quarter off it. In the event of a Russian victory, what is your best assessment of the next European country in the list, and how soon will Putin try it? I mean, so that is interesting, you know, this idea, because Putin isn't going to live forever, and he knows that. How, you know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, goddamn, could you imagine the resistance that he would get from the country and from internally, no matter how, you know, locked down he has that entire hierarchy in Russia, the entire Russian government, right? It's all for Putin. It's all pointing to Putin, no successor, right? But imagine the stress that he would receive internally, even within that system, if he would immediately starting to maybe even do Moldova, or, you know, just even a small country. But the clock is ticking. And that's what I'm wondering is, you know, does Putin think he's working against the clock? You know, does Putin, I don't think he believes he's immortal, right? I don't think so. I think he's still rational on that level. But does he think that he's up against the clock? So that would be the question to me. But I think for me, the next country would be Moldova. It wouldn't be a NATO country. It would be another non-NATO country, maybe Belarus, right? That would be a good one, right? You could use the whole, well, they're all basically Russian anyway excuse. That would fit really well. You got a puppet in there anyway running the show. You just get him out of the way, or you just tell him to run the news, you know, run it while you're making it official. You could do that as well. So it would be a non-NATO country, but but to me, like, how quickly he would do it would be like, okay, does he think, because he doesn't have a successor? It's all Putin 24/7, you know. So like, does he picture this project happening after he's dead? I don't know if he does. I don't think he does, right? I think he's like, I think he wants to get to the finish line. Putin wants to get to the finish line. So that's my personal opinion. But I think it would hedge on that. Assumed immortality, Napoleon did. So did a bunch of Russian czars. Wouldn't be surprised he never openly stated it, but assume it. Really? Really? Napoleon thought he was going to be immortal? Really? I know he crowned himself God Emperor, but he really said, I'm going to live forever? Come on, Napoleon. Come on, buddy. Ooh, goddamn, look at this sweet-ass bitch. Ooh, dude, that's so cool. Just pack it up and go. Yeah, I'm immortal. I don't know what you guys are talking about. You're a Highlander.
Гармата практично готова до бою на вогневій позиції секунд за 20. Через 20 секунд ми вже можемо відкривати вогонь. Тому що ще в дорозі на під'їзді до вогневої позиції у нас є вже координати цілі, які ми завели в комп'ютер. І комп'ютер вже все розрахував. Ми тільки стали, 20 секунд розгорнулися і вже можемо відкривати вогонь.
Does it reload itself too? That is insane.
Скажу, отримали недавно. Враження, ми дуже задоволені, дуже вражені цією гарматою. Працює безвідмовно, дуже точно. Барабан може випустити 21 снаряд менше, ніж за 3 хвилини. Ця система вперше використовується в бойових діях в Україні. І залежить від того, як вона себе покаже, така буде її доля.
That's good. You know, they're finally using some of these more advanced toys. But you know, this is worth fuck all if you don't have ammo for it. Yeah, so that is really cool. But yeah, it's worth nothing if you don't have ammo for it. That's a Nazi, clearly a Nazi. Pretty clear to me, obvious to me. It's pretty obvious. So here we go. A little bit of good news. Poland and Ukraine to put their differences aside amid a titanic struggle against Russia. I can't sing the song. My heart will go on. Isn't that the song? Okay, anyway, let's keep it moving.
Poland's new foreign minister, Radosław Sikorski, has chosen Ukraine for his first visit abroad in a sign of support as other allies waver on aid.
Oh, so this is the new guy?
Sikorski urges Kyiv.
He's a minister, serves Ukraine's full support.
Allies to mobilize their economies to support Ukraine's military, which is fighting off invading Russian forces.
I nie możemy pozwolić, żeby Rosja na bazie znacznie mniejszej gospodarki produkowała więcej. Bo wojen nie wygrywa się starciami taktycznymi. Wojny wygrywa się produkcją.
He's not wrong, folks.
Jeśli Zachód się zmobilizuje...
Oh God, what's happening in Serbia? Give me the link, Davin. Give me a good video. Under 5 minutes, please. Please. Don't give me a 45-minute documentary, please. That's not going to work.
To nie mam wątpliwości, kto to wygra. Ale musi się wreszcie zacząć
5 minutes. Give me a
However,
TikTok
the country
video.
seems divided as
Subway
Polish lorry
surfers.
drivers continue to block the border crossing with Ukraine in protest for the withdrawal of EU benefits for Ukrainians.
Put it on TikTok. Can we get an OnlyFans girl to talk about it, please? I can't understand the news unless an OnlyFans girl tells it to me. All right, moving on to our next story here. Ukraine moves this Christmas date, marking shift away from Russia. So we saw this last year. So they're kind of continuing the tradition now, keeping this up. And, I think this is really interesting. It's, sometimes it's the little things that really show that a society is moving on or changing. And, when and how a society celebrates Christmas, I think is very interesting. And it actually says there's a lot of politics wrapped up in that. Who knew, right? Everything is politics. So welcome to our hell. But I thought this video was interesting just to see, kind of a follow-up to last year when they did this for the first time, when they were just rejecting Russian Orthodoxy. And if you don't know what's going on, Russia has different dates for its Christmas celebrations. I think it's earlier, right? I think it's before the 25th. And if you're, Russian Orthodox, if you celebrate that style of religion, that style of Christianity, I think, Catholicism, maybe. I don't know. I'm too fucking high. I don't know. But if you follow that style, then you would, you'd celebrate at those dates, and that's what would happen in Ukraine. So they're as a society rejecting Russian. It's kind of a way to reject Russian culture, within Ukrainian society. It's interesting. I don't know about put their differences aside, but more like Ukraine and EU bullied Poland into unblocking the border. At least that's how I see it from the little information I know. Well, hey, that's called diplomacy, baby. Hey, there you go. Model you in, honey. It's called diplomacy. By the way, the board game Diplomacy is actually a lot of fun. Pick it up today.
Now, for the first time in centuries, Ukraine is going to celebrate Christmas on the 25th of December.
Wait, did she say first? Girl, BBC, girl?
Now, for the first time in centuries,
What? Come on, man. Come on, BBC, come on. No way the News Underground is more accurate in telling the news than you are. It happened last year. I reported on it. Chem Goblin was there. I remember. Because this is a very important thing to Chem Goblin. The signs, the statues, Christmas being celebrated, in a different way. It was a very important thing to Chem Goblin. We talked about it. What's over here? The BBC over here saying this is the first time in history. God, they suck. How do they suck? They're a multi-billion-dollar government-funded news organization. How can you be so fucking wrong, dude? How?
Now, for the first time in centuries, Ukraine is going to celebrate Christmas on the 25th of December. In July, President Zelensky signed into law a parliamentary bill that aimed to abandon the Russian heritage of imposing Christmas celebrations. Now, it followed the decision of the Orthodox Church of Ukraine to move to the Gregorian calendar, which changed the Christmas day from 7th of January to 25th December.
Oh, keep my ass in Nazi Canada? Really? Nazi? A Joe Rogan viewer, I assume? The only present you will get is a Red Army firing squad collab. Oh, no. Is the communists in Canada going to get me, dude? Really? So, Trump supporter, I assume, Mr. Trump supporter? What is your number one, thing that you want, right? So Trump wins in 2024. What is the number one thing that you want, boo boys, from Trump? The thing that's going to make your life better. This chick got an maybe Trudeau pansy. Just gonna, okay. You're so boring, dude. You're so boring. Find a personality. Say something clever. Say anything. Say anything of value. Just repeated talking points from other people, slightly more clever than you. God, where's the William Buckleys? Everyone's running around like a Joe Rogan or a fucking, Ben Shapiro. What happened to the William Buckleys? Your losers, Libby boy. Did you mean you are? Are you talking Merry Christmas, nihilist? Anti-nihilist. Did you mean this, boo boys? Hey, boo boys, I'll give you one last chance before I ban you. Would you like to play a game? Huh? Oh, everyone loves a game. Would you like to play a game? I'm ready. Yep. Last chance. You got some comment. It took you a while to type it up there. I can see that. I'll give you one last chance before I ban you. Would you like to play a game? Yes or no?
Here's James Waterhouse from Kyiv.
Bauble painting on the outskirts of Kyiv. In a war.
I want Ukraine to win. I didn't predict a Ukraine victory anytime soon. But I do want Ukraine to win, unlike you, defeatist ass bitch. Oh, I want Daddy Putin dick in my mouth. Thank you, Daddy.
Which takes so much, there's no stopping Christmas.
All right.
Some,
you so much.
Are more experienced at making decorations than others.
Merry Christmas, Franco.
Leocadia has done this since 1978.
Mені легко.
Я 78 року.
Cope.
I like
Cope and seethe. Cope and seethe. Oh, the things that I said were inaccurate and you're trying to correct me. That makes me right. I'm so incorrect, and every time you try to correct me, it makes me correct. Cope and seethe. Clown emoji. Clown emoji.
It's interesting for me. I enjoy it, she says. This factory in the Kyiv region was one of 3 to supply the whole of the Soviet Union. It still creates pieces of Christmas cheer, but on a much smaller scale. This time, there's an unmistakable military theme.
I think that everyone who will take a look at a bauble like this will hope for the victory of our nation sooner.
Despite the cold, industrial exterior, there's still a warm magic inside. The meaning of Christmas, despite everything, has not changed for Ukrainians, but the way they celebrate it has, in a cultural shift fueled by Russia's aggression.
Fewer places know that aggression better than the town of Bucha. A memorial stands on what was once a mass grave for 500 civilians killed by Russian troops. Ukraine is moving Christmas to the 25th of December to both distance itself from Russia, which marks it on the 7th of January, and align itself with the West.
I'm coping and
For Father
seething,
Andriy, it's more than just a diary change.
Unfortunately, if you don't support Ukraine, you don't support liberty. Okay? Because, yeah, a lot of corruption in the Ukrainian government, a lot of problems in Ukrainian history, but this is an existential fight for a country that deserves to exist. It's not some, flash in the pan. They just, pulled it out of their ass. It's a brand new country, been around for centuries. They deserve independence. They deserve to steer their own. And I believe this for everybody, right? Like to the Texas secessionists, if they vote, if they really want it, you want your own country, Texas, do it. I truly believe that for people to be free, they should have ultimately the right to pick their own government democratically. So, it really is an existential fight for existence. So it's like, yeah, I don't, how can't you get behind this? It's like I'm pro empire, I'm pro subjugation, I'm pro forcing an entire society to, by force at the barrel of a gun to emulate and in my culture and to be, to have my culture force fed into another society. It's insane. It's insane. And it never works too, because look what happened, right? Ukraine has been under Russia's thumb for God knows how long, decades. All this Soviet shit, all this Russia shit forced on them. And then what do we see? The moment they get a little freedom, they remembered. And they're like, no, we're going to celebrate Christmas the way that we want to celebrate Christmas now that we have the right to choose. After decades and decades and decades of not being able to choose, we didn't forget. We don't have Stockholm syndrome. We don't have nostalgia for Russia. People don't forget. They remember freedom, and they deserve it.
For many people.
Well, okay, Fracco. Well, I support the people of Palestine. I don't support the terrorists of Hamas. And I support the Israeli citizens who believe in peace with Palestine. I do not support the right-wing, the extremist right-wing Israeli government of Bibi Netanyahu and Ben Gvir, because I disagree with them on a fundamental level in terms of how they treat humanity. I believe they're war criminals. But you can't, this is very complicated. You can't pick a side in Israel-Palestine without being very specific about what you're talking about. I can't find a video summary of what's going on in Serbia. There's a huge protest going on in Belgrade. Just search Serbia on Twitter and there's vids of it. People don't like to see me searching around for shit. Piper or Davin. Help a brother out, bro. For Israel and the Jews in terms of their actual existence, but not support extremist. I mean, yeah, the thing is that, the Palestinian Authority has agreed on the 1967 borders, but they've also agreed on the even more stringent new borders, right? The PLO wants a negotiation, but Israel doesn't want a negotiation. Israel wants all of it. The current right-wing extremist Israeli government, they want all of it. They have what they say, their propaganda, which is a total lie, and then you have their actions. The settlements make it very clear. What's happening right now in Gaza makes it very clear with the bombing campaign, the bombing of the hospitals, basically pushing the population further south. There's no, and you have the big fact, Israel has never in its existence supported the right to return. They've never, ever, ever allowed a Palestinian to come back to their house and live in their land. Every inch of territory Israel has ever taken from Palestine, they've never given back. I think there was some settlements. There was one brief moment where some settlements were emptied out for a second. So maybe that's inaccurate, maybe not technically. But Israel historically does not respect the right to return. Yeah, of course, Israel's right to defend itself, but Israel doesn't have a right to put an entire country in chains. Israel doesn't have a right to turn Gaza into open air prison. Israel doesn't have a right to implement an apartheid state in the West Bank and a full-blown occupation in the West Bank. Israel doesn't have a right to do any of that stuff in the name of defense.
In the world, Ukraine is always viewed in the context of being a neighbor of Russia.
Oh, here we go, guys. Here we go. So, Franco, it's so they have a right to the land. So we're going way back. Really? So we're doing the justification thing? Really? All right. See, I thought we were talking to a guy with his head screwed on straight, but it's all justified, huh? So what do you believe, Franco? What do you believe? Should all of them be killed? I don't think you believe that. You're walking around looking like a goddamn religious guy coming out of the water there. So you don't believe that, right? Don't kill them all. So should they be exiled into Jordan or should they be exiled into Egypt? Which one? Yeah, so you keep saying defense and justified. Nothing justifies the criminal acts of the Israeli government on the Palestinian people for the last, since the 40s. Not everything is excused for many of Israel's terrorist actions. Right. Okay, answer my question. So let me finish. Okay.
But I think that we are more a neighbor of Europe.
Could you ever forgive Russia for what it's done to Ukraine?
God forgives the sinner, but only those who repent. We don't see yet that the Russians want to, so I think it's too early to talk about forgiveness.
That's very true. I agree with that.
For Ukraine, that would require Russia to stop its invasion. There are no signs of that happening. James Waterhouse, BBC News.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, no one is questioning the existence of Israel, and this constant reminder is a distraction. Because Israel has been reminding us that, it's all justified and it's our existence is we deserve to exist since the 40s, while they've been implementing a program of expansion, illegal expansion of their country into Palestinian territory. And it's like a constant reminder, yes, we get it. No one, and it's like, oh, yes, they do. Yes, they do. Everyone who supports Palestine, supports this idea that Israel doesn't deserve to exist. No one. I mean, not everyone does. Not everyone does, and the people, and certain people that believe that have a damn good reason to say that because their family was bombed. We just had 76 members of one person's family destroyed in one bombing campaign. Presence of Jews in the region, tell you that's just yes, it's justified. Yes. No serious actor in this discussion wants the elimination of either side. The region to tell you that it is justified. What, the existence or the violence? The incredible violence since the 1940s. Is that justified? But what Israel is doing by building prisons and opposing people and expelling them from homes and not returning them is a terrorist and bad act. All right, there you go. He's accepting reality. Fundamentally, the president Jew is their right. So what are you trying to say by fundamentally the presence of the Jews is their right? That the violence, the incredible violence that you're acknowledging that Israel has perpetuated on the Palestinians is justified? Is that what you're trying to say? Existence is the justification, not violence. Violence is what does that mean? Existence is the justification for what? For what? Yeah, N-Typer, that's a good question. Do you support a two-state solution, Franco? I'm waiting for Turkey to lose their shit. If that happens, the region from Egypt to Poland will be at war. Maybe memento. So I wanted to show this footage here, having an interesting conversation in the chat, but let's get back to the news. I wanted to show this video here. India has been doing a lot of kind of wishy-washy pro-Russia propaganda for obvious reasons. They're a big trade partner with Russia. So I wanted to show this 1-minute clip here from WION. It's an Indian news network for English speakers. Russia-Ukraine war, Moscow takes control of the assets of Western companies. So I guess this is supposed to be seen as kind of a positive Ukraine or Russia, fighting back against the Western alliances. Quite frankly, I'm surprised this hasn't happened already.
Well, the United States has authorized the use of Russian sanctioned assets.
Oh, okay, so there it is, folks. No, what I'm trying to say is that only the Arabs are trying to expel the Jews completely. They do not believe. Fracco, how far along into the right-wing Israeli government's program of Palestinian erasure, how far along does that have to get before you accept the reality that it is Israel that is completely destroying Palestine? I mean, look at the West Bank. There's just little circles. There's just little circles that are closing around the West Bank, around the Palestinians in the West Bank. How far along in this project? Northern Gaza is now basically, Israel is never giving back northern Gaza. If Israel does not return northern Gaza to the Palestinians, are you okay with that? That's exactly what he wants, Typer. But no, I understand you perfectly clear. It's a full-blown justification for ethnic cleansing so far. But answer the question before I ban you there, Fracco. How if Israel never returns, will you have a problem with it if Israel doesn't return the portions of northern Gaza that they're currently occupying? No, I understand. Yeah, no, you are trying to justify it. Yeah, you are literally you were saying it's justified. You are literally saying justified. Yeah, you're saying they do a lot of terrorism, but their existence is justified, and they are not currently engaging in a campaign of erasing the Palestinians, which is technically incorrect. They are in fact succeeding and have almost completely succeeded in pushing out the Palestinians completely from their territory. Yes, I have a problem if Israel is no longer the land. Okay, please answer the question one more time. Will you have a problem if Israel does not return northern Gaza to Palestine? And what's the time frame for you? If they occupy it for a year, 2 years, 3 years? Israel must return much of the land to the Palestinians. Yes. Okay. So does it bother you that the Israeli government and the Israeli people, a plurality, because we looked at the polls, this is not me, this is not conjecture, does it bother you that the Israeli government and the a democratic plurality of the Israeli people disagree with you? That there's a democratic majority of people in Israel and the Israeli government believe that they should not return anything to the Palestinians, regardless of what's the propaganda being said. We literally had the Israeli minister say on TV that we're not doing the two-state solution. The two-state solution doesn't exist. She said it, she said it very clearly. So you're a walking contradiction. So while you're justifying Israel's barbarism and violence against the Palestinians, you're pointing out the incredible crimes the Israel is committing against the Palestinians. And the government and the people of Israel disagree with you. Bothers me that they disagree with me. There are many of them who are my friends and campaign against this type of business. Once again, you don't understand me. I would say it's not that I don't understand you, it's that you are a contradiction. And you seem to be some kind of Dunning-Kruger effect here. You don't seem to understand that you're standing on both sides of this. You're not really taking a stand. You're kind of being pretty wishy-washy about it. because Israel's never going to give it back. You know, they're never going to give it back. They're never, ever, ever going to give it back. And you know, this whole pulling out the, you know, Israel has a right to defend itself at this, they're almost done. They've almost completed this project. It's almost an insult to talk about defense. You know, only one side wants the destruction of the other. Only one side wants the destruction of the other. You know, it's just, yeah, no. I think you're the one that's confused, buddy. My opinions are not realistic. It is difficult to be on one side and the, yeah, okay. Here's my recommendation for you, Fracco. Pull your head out of your ass, dude. You're really fucking annoying, okay? Grow some balls and get some principles, okay? Because from my point of view, it's pretty fucking easy to stand against the crimes of Israel, to stand against Hamas terrorism, and to point out that they're under, you know, that Hamas is holding the Palestinians hostage. You know, the left needs to be able to do these things strongly and proudly and loudly, not, you know, tiptoe around the motherfucking tulips, worried about being called an anti-Semite.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
Call this shit out, because it's basically already too late. It's already too late. Anyway, back to Ukraine. India news here. You know, basically putting a positive spin on Russia, you know, closing down some Western businesses. Like I said before, I'm kind of surprised they haven't done this already.
Well, the United States has authorized the use of Russian sanctioned assets to help Ukraine in its war efforts. Russia is, of course, not holding back, and it has now started to impose sanctions on Western
it's too
nations.
Late.
Russia's restricted Western
get the fuck out of here,
from
Fracco.
selling their
You
Russian
piss me the
assets,
fuck
from
off.
withdrawing the proceeds in dollars and euros.
Don't let my boot kiss your ass on the way out, bud. Get the fuck out, please. And come back when you give a shit about human rights.
And it has imposed additional de facto currency controls in an effort to shore up the weakening ruble. The Western companies exiting Russia must agree on a sale price in rubles, or they must face delays and even losses on the amounts that can be transferred abroad. The President Vladimir Putin has also signed a decree to take temporary control of the assets belonging to some Western companies in Russia, in retaliation against the foreign moves against Russian companies abroad, and has warned that the Kremlin could actually seize more. The companies affected include...
I see. Okay, so we got Norway, Denmark, Spain, Finland, Germany, Austria, Germany, and Germany. Wow, okay. Good. Yeah, good. They shouldn't have even been doing business in the first place. Get the fuck out of there. Go. Russia doing you a favor.
Those from Norway, Denmark, Spain, Finland, Austria, and Germany. In a recent move, Putin has added that Russia's biggest car dealership, Rolf, to a list of foreign-owned companies put under temporary management of the Russian state. Rolf belongs to a Cyprus-based
Carl's
company.
Jr. is in Russia? That's hilarious to me. Carl's Jr. is gross, but it's
Yours
a
is
guilty
now
pleasure.
available in your...
Carl's Jr. is a guilty pleasure. They just saw that Carl's Jr. logo in that on that Russian business right here. It's just so hilarious to me. It's so subpar. There used to be a Carl's Jr. I would go to on Market Street in San Francisco, and it was like the place to pick up stolen merchandise. There was like a full-blown fencing operation happening right outside the Carl's Jr. So of course all that crime and all that, you know, crazy shit would happen inside the Carl's Jr. too. And it was just 24/7 madness inside the Carl's Jr. Those poor employees, the employees had set up, you know, have like built the system so like they were like hidden, like locked behind everything, and they had like, you know, they could put the food through the slots and stuff, but they had like security 24/7. What's a Carl's Jr.? It's a burger restaurant. Yeah, it was a total disaster. Yeah, N-Typer, exactly. Trying to get the assets out of Russia, but Russia isn't letting them. Oh, really? Is that the case, Chem Goblin? Thank you for that correction, if that's the case. Kind of weird that Russia hadn't seized those assets before 2 years in. It is kind of interesting how that happens, right? Money, man. Money changes everything. I don't care about nationalism. It's all about money. The Russia-Ukraine conflict here, stalemate in Washington, D.C. over aid. So I just wanted to get a little bit more data on the stalemate happening in Washington here. You know, it's politics. I mean, you know, it has nothing to do with you know, these right-wingers standing up against war and standing up against, you know, the conflicts across the globe and wasting money. Got nothing to do with that. This has everything to do with politics. The reason why the Republicans are against Ukraine is because it's a slam dunk for Joe Biden. And the reason why that they're pro-Israel and they want all the aid to go to Israel is, you know, for obvious reasons, religious or political pandering. So it's just disgusting politics, just disgusting, gross ass, cynical politics, man. There's really no other way to put it.
Christmas came early for the Ukraine.
Yeah, John Axel, that happened a couple months ago, right? I think that was official a couple months ago. Debt ceiling news, please. You're talking about I have that on the to-do list. You're talking about, were you the one that I had the argument about the stimulus affecting inflation? I've actually been doing in my free time my own research, trying to find the right series of documentaries and clips to show, because it's a very complicated situation and you want to try to find people that can actually explain it well. So that's what I'm trying to I'm not trying to cherry pick information. I'm just trying to find people that are presenting this information well so that stupid people like me can understand it. Happened again. Finland opened borders for a little while and then there were more refugees, so Finland closed them again. Interesting, John Axel. I didn't know that. Thank you for that update.
Ukrainian military. 3 Russian Su-34 jets, one of Moscow's most modern fighters, allegedly shot down.
No, that wasn't you.
May every Russian pilot know for sure that...
Well, I am working on it. We are going to be doing a big financial update, financial stream, because, yeah, that's very important. But I'm not the stuff it's some of the most complicated shit, and I really feel like I want to present this data in a way that is, understandable. So I'm working on it. You can expect a big economic stream coming up.
That there will be an answer to every Russian murderer, said Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky. None will remain unpunished. But further Russian punishment is largely reliant on American aid, which is soon to run out.
We have one more security assistance package available to us before the end of this year, before we run out of replenishment authority to replenish the stocks and the inventories.
The Biden administration is hoping to give $60 billion worth of replenishments to Kyiv, but Republicans have been holding up that aid.
And it takes time for this shit to get
money to fresh cash for border security. Even with that strategy, some senior Republicans still support the fight against Russia.
It's a dangerous world, one that doesn't reward weakness.
Yes.
America needs to show that we...
God, I hate agreeing with this absolute ghoul, but he's not wrong on this, but he's right for all the wrong reasons. Okay? He's right for all the wrong reasons.
We haven't forgotten how to lead.
But that message isn't landing with the base. A new poll showing 62% of Republicans think the U.S. is doing too much to help Ukraine, up from 50% in July.
He's out of
there,
dude.
That Republican resistance is holding up further attacks on Russia, a top Ukrainian general told Reuters. That account backed up by the former Ukrainian defense minister in an interview with NBC.
We understand that there is a political process and so on. It's just like they need to remember that every day or months of delayed assistance, that's somebody's lives on stake. The fact that some politicians don't realize that, that's quite concerning.
They realize that they don't give a shit.
Ukrainian politicians unfazed by American political posturing.
I'm confident that the United States will not let us down, and what we have agreed in the United States will be fulfilled.
A commitment to Zelensky that will be put to the test in the new year. Mackenzie Gray, Global News, Ottawa.
All right, yeah. So that was a little puffy. There's not a lot of data there, but that is interesting. That there's one more package in the queue. So if that, if the ball isn't rolling by the time that second package has been delivered, then the delay will actually start, which is interesting because they're already seeing ammo shortages, but the ammo shortages have been intermittent throughout the entire conflict. For me, the question is, where the hell are the factories? Where are the artillery shell factories? How come the capability to produce hasn't been increased? And maybe it has, and I'm just not seeing that data. I hope I'm wrong about that because, yeah, they should be building They should be building ammo factories like crazy. That's classified. I told you on Discord. You did? Oh, okay. What'd you tell me, Cam Goblin? Thank you, by the way. Why Ukraine's counteroffensive has stalled. So this is from CBC News. So I wanted to see yet another perspective here on this stalled narrative. And like I said, it feels like defeatism. Oh, we're going to get toys and models. Oh, yay, we're going to get toys and models. Oh, this is going to be fun. Okay. They're building them in secret. Ooh, okay. Ooh, I like to hear that. All right. That's good news. Could you please repost that link in the chat, and I'll make sure that that's part of the news section in tomorrow's Christmas special. All right, let's get to it.
It's been more than 6 months since Ukraine launched its highly anticipated counteroffensive. The goal was to decisively push Russian forces back, liberate communities, and seize momentum on the battlefield. At best, it's been a deadly, grinding slog. Others have dubbed it a failure. So what's Ukraine up against?
That's fair. That's about as fair as it gets. At best, it could be described as a slog. Others have described it as a failure. I can't disagree with that. I'm going to have to agree with that one. That's about as fair as you can get at it right now. It's not a failure, but I think it's definitely a slog. I think that is undeniable.
A sprawling, well-defended front line, and now also growing political friction.
President Zelensky, what does it mean if you don't get aid by the end of the year?
Ukraine is seeking to shore up political support.
We're fucked.
As the financial and the human cost grows of a war that appears to have become a stalemate.
Ooh,
Ukraine is trying to recapture areas in the south and in the east, 4 territories which Russia invaded and now claims as its own. But Ukraine's slow advance has given Russia time to build up layers of defense and to strengthen its military.
The ground is in favor of the Russians.
Retired Major General Chip Chapman says the front line stretches more than 1,000 kilometers.
You can't be strong everywhere, or you end up being weak everywhere. The key main effort for both sides is in the Zaporizhia area, really what I would call the triangle of decision, coming down from Tokmak, linked across on this side of the triangle to Melitopol, and then across
100%.
To Mariupol. So
He's
this
100%
is the
correct.
triangle of decision.
Totally, 100%.
The area includes the community of Tokmak, strategically important because of the railway that passes through it. To the south, there's a highway that runs toward the Russian border.
Get a Santa update?
If Ukraine was able to seize control of these transportation corridors, it would cut off the supply lines for Russia's military.
100,000 men need 1,000 tons of supply a day. And if you can make sure that that doesn't get there, the bulk of that is both fuel and artillery ammunition, then the sinews of war start to really degrade for the enemy, the Russian enemy in this case.
Call them up.
That was the hope
Patriot.
that Ukraine's
Nice
troops could quickly recapture large swaths of land like it did in the north near the city of Kharkiv. But in the south, they have struggled. Over the summer, troops advanced less than 100 meters a day.
Hard fighting, too.
Ukraine managed to recapture a small number of communities like Robotyne, which now lays decimated.
It's Robotna.
As Ukrainian troops try to punch through Russia's defenses, the wide open fields have made the soldiers even more vulnerable. In the early days of the counteroffensive, Russia released these videos of Ukrainian vehicles.
This was one early blunder. These are so rare, I gotta say. You know, and either Ukraine and the media is doing a really good job of hiding these failures, or these kind of epic fails from Ukraine are super fucking rare.
Days of the counteroffensive, Russia released these videos of Ukrainian vehicles burned and abandoned.
We haven't seen
war.
fortifications in depth on this scale since the Second World War.
We wanted to illustrate with the help of a very basic model some of the obstacles, including trench.
Did Chip bring this? Is this Chips? Please let this be Chip. This is Chips. But I've heard Robotna pronounced more ways than I can count. I mean, look, I'm not. I am a fucking goofball. I can barely pronounce things properly. But if I can pronounce things properly, then the media, the CBC, should be able to pronounce it properly. Chip? No, the name of the guy is Chip. His name is Chip. Swear to God. to walk that. They'd love that. They'd love you over there in the Castro woke patriot. It's not a failure. So it's wildly incorrect statement. They have successfully countered massive wave. Yeah. So I mean, I talked about that as well. Quick double tap. But I do think it's accurate to call it a slog. It's not accurate to call it a failure. It's not exactly accurate to call it a victory. It's not exactly accurate to say the offensive was wildly successful. That's not accurate. But slog, yeah, I think that's about, because like every inch, every foot, every kilometer is hard fought and earned. But the Ukrainians are winning those fights more than the Russians, and they're doing that with less, and it's incredibly impressive, even today.
Landmines, and concrete barriers known as dragon's teeth.
So the first problem the Ukrainians face is overcoming the anti-tank ditch, which should be wider than the vehicles available to them.
If the vehicles can't make it over on their own, the military has to construct makeshift bridges or demolish part of the trench.
Your second problem comes when you get to the wire. It is possible for certain vehicles to actually drive over wire, depending how wide it is, but you can use explosive clearing techniques to get through that, to create a lane which various vehicles could go through. But that doesn't allow you to expand before you get to the first trench systems.
Which Russian soldiers spent months digging in a zig.
I'm glad you guys are getting information from the news ticker. I hope people are enjoying that. I try to make this stream as information heavy as possible. It makes for a very hard stream to watch sometimes, but it also makes for a very useful stream if you're interested in the topics. So thank you for looking at the news ticker. I appreciate that. And yeah, I mean, there's some things I got to fix about it. I'll get to it. Davin saying, wait until they get the F-16s. Indeed. I mean, that's really the missing puzzle piece here, because this, you can, and he's talking about how it's like it's really fucking hard to get, once you do have like a trail set up, you're then funneling everything through a thin line, very difficult. But if you have F-16s, then you're dropping, cluster munitions and other targeted munitions on these critical areas, and you're able to clear it out so that the tanks and the soldiers have a clear path the way through. And right now, Ukraine does not have that, and they're having a hard time. Check it out. Get a little applause from my honey bunny. PB&J, bitches. PB&J. She knows what I like. Basically, if a 5-year-old would find it appetizing, then I'm all about it. Chicky nuggets, applesauce. Oh yeah, daddy, you're smashing it. Yeah, I mean those planes would be smashing it, right? And a big fatty of one of Snoop Dogg's strains. Ooh, that's good. Oh God, I'm quitting weed next year. It's really happening. I'm gonna. It's like. I'm actually afraid, dude. I'm actually afraid because it's like you get so dependent on good weed. It helps so much. But no, next year is the year of the tyrant on myself. I'm going to be a complete authoritarian asshole to myself. And it's going to go great. It's going to be a really great thing. It's going to be lots of fun. You can do it!
Which Russian soldiers spent months digging in a zigzag pattern to better protect them from attacks.
Once you've overcome that, you get to the real problem which the Ukrainians have had, which is the density of the minefield.
It's a major risk across the entire front line. That's why Ukrainian sappers often lead the way. They try to defuse the mines and clear a path for the armored vehicles behind them.
Yeah, lifestyle.
It's extremely dangerous and time-consuming work.
I gotta change my life, dude.
Forward, it's tried to erode Russia's military might from the air by launching long-range strikes against targets, including airfields and fuel and ammunition depots.
No, never tried bacon.
In the fall, Ukraine's top general described the battle as being stuck in a stalemate. So what's next? Ukraine is building up its own defenses along the front line, and the military says it wants to mobilize another 500,000 Ukrainians, a move that would surely be contentious.
Я вам точно могу сказать, у нас не хватает людей, отчасти, это заметно по позициям. Но мобілізувати – це не значить відправити їх на фронт.
Ні, я думаю, цього не буде достатньо. Нам потрібна допомога Заходу, Америки. Нашого війська не вистачить. Ну, це моя думка.
U.S. lawmakers are currently divided over whether to supply Ukraine with tens of billions of more dollars in security assistance. It's been nearly 2 years since the country was torn apart by Russia's full-scale invasion.
Oh my God, look at this guy. Jesus Christ, man. These Ukrainians don't deserve this. Was this guy a Nazi? Is that what you're going to tell me? Fucking bad actors out there. Oh, they're all Nazis. They all deserve it. You're a piece of shit. This guy doesn't deserve it. He deserves his own democracy. He deserves to vote in a democracy for his government of choice. He shouldn't have to bend the knee to Putin. None of us should, including the Russian citizens. But no, I quit weed every once in a while. I do it for a couple months, but I'm doing it next year. I'm changing some shit, dude. You know, because it's like you either change some shit or you never change. You know what I mean? And I'm at that crossroads where it's like, am I going to be this motherfucking stoner my whole life, or am I going to try something different? And I gotta try something different.
And some think the fighting may eventually have to give way to negotiation.
Yeah, but no, you know, smoke weed, do whatever you want.
If the war drags on for a year and two, there will be no way out. Sooner or later,
not.
We will have to agree on the cessation of hostilities.
Well, don't fucking celebrate me yet, okay? All right. New Year hasn't started yet, and I'm still smoking weed like a fucking maniac. So don't celebrate me yet. We'll see how long I can handle this. I don't know. I can quit the weed. It's just like, it's putting up with the bullshit. You know, it's like all the work and all the, you know, you don't get, you take away your vice, you take away your escape from that shitty life, from the shitty reality. And when you quit weed, the shitty reality doesn't go away. You know, and the need to escape gets even worse. So that's where the challenge comes in.
But Ukraine's president has insisted he will not negotiate unless Russia withdraws all of its troops. Ukraine vows it will keep fighting even if the financial and military support
you'll have a good time, Kevin Goblin.
And of course, people afraid to be again alone. But you have to know that even if we will stand and fight.
But tens of thousands continue to die on both sides, and Russia's president, who unleashed this war against Ukraine in the first place, doesn't appear to be going anywhere. Vladimir Putin says he will run for president again this spring, which means he will almost certainly be reelected for another 6 years.
Reelected? What a joke. He just recently banned opposition. There was some candidate, some woman who was, you know, some kind of, who's daring to stand up to Putin. But she's, you know, pro-peace and the war. He just banned her. He just banned her from the fucking contest. Election. My ass. So, it's been a little while since we got a Denny update, and I missed this guy. Was a little curious how he was framing it. Probably just, you know, probably not really going to change his framing. He's really consistent in terms of his, you know, pro-Ukraine stance. I'm not expecting him to be anti-Ukraine, of course, but I'm just wondering if he's like, you know, how much reality is he acknowledging, right? But I mean, the thing about the day-to-day frontline reality in Ukraine is that Ukraine is winning. Ukraine is winning these fights against Russia, pushing back Russia, or in places like Avdiivka, you know, or Bakhmut, strategically utilizing the situation to try and eliminate as much Russian personnel and machine, you know, and armor as possible. You know, so being smart about it. So that's the day-to-day reality, is that Ukraine's actually winning. That's the crazy thing. It's like, you know, what are we talking about? If you're actually watching this, what you're seeing is, you know, it's a slog. It's a fucking total war of attrition, but Russia is getting pushed back. You know, step by step. They're not running, but it's step by step. They're getting pushed back every single day by these Ukrainian heroes. So I can see why you wouldn't want to really change your narrative, right? Because, you know, if you are following the day-to-day frontline reality in Ukraine, it would be reporting on a lot of, Ukraine blew up, this ammo depot, Ukraine blew up this fuel depot, killed X amount of soldiers, took this position, took that position. It would be a lot of positive news. But it's not like, oh, Ukraine, beelined it to Mariupol and now they're, celebrating on the beach. No, that's not exactly the news either.
Hello my friends and welcome. This is the latest update on Ukraine. Let's go to the Kherson Oblast where the heavy fight continues. Russia tries to get Krinky under their control again, sending lots of the forces. For today there were 15 of the attack recorded in this place. Russia sends the enormous amount of the infantry forces, basically their soldiers, with almost no backup from the tanks and other armored vehicles. Yes, they also send those as well, but not as much as around 5 days ago when their convoys were totally ambushed by Ukrainian armed forces. They were targeted somewhere on the way, not reaching the Krinky village, completely demolished by the FPV drones and artillery systems. It means that FPV drones and artillery plays a great role in this war. We also have the good news about the FPV drones, and I'm gonna tell you that in this video. This photo was taken today in the Krinky area. This is the Russian armored vehicle. I think it's the last photo for it in one piece because it was taken from the FPV. I have to censor it a little because it's the dramatic image and they have lots of those infantry vehicles in the place. At the same time, after Russia lost 3 of their bombers, Sukhoi 34, they have stopped using the...
Do you have a single shred of evidence if that's the case, Marks? Or is that just your fucking opinion?
Aviation bombs in this area in all of the Kherson Oblast, so there were no any drops on Ukrainian positions registered today. That's the good news, but the bad news that they intensified the attacks on the Krinky using infantry and some of the armored vehicles, trying to compensate the loss in aviation. Here we have the statistics for the Krinky battle losses since October 14. The statistics goes for...
Did he dodge the draft? Got the fuck out of you. He certainly did. I've been watching him since he was in Ukraine and he was having power outage, issues. Yeah. He has talked about how the Ukrainian military is not utilizing pilots appropriately. And that is one of his concerns is that, you're getting pilots and engineers and all these technical people and you're just turning them into regular grunts on the front line. So maybe he's concerned about that, but yeah, maybe it is maybe it is technically true that he is trying to dodge the draft because he did leave. He hasn't said specifically where he went to, but he is no longer in Ukraine. And I remember when he did that. I'm torn because look man, because I have a family. If I was in Ukraine, I would have to make a really, really tough decision about, do I put the prospect of, making my wife into a widow, in the defense of my country. That is a very difficult decision. He didn't say specifically at the time. I've never heard him say specifically where. I don't know if it's Germany. Some say it's Poland. Thompson is? No idea. No idea, brother. Well, woke patriot, I guess, if you want to be as cynical, because things don't happen in a vacuum. The soldiers that are dying on the battlefield for Ukraine are dying for the Ukraine civilians' freedom. And that is a death. That is a good death. That's a heroic death. The Russians, of course, are dying to conquer another country. It's a war of choice. Bang bong, bang bong. That's what we need. We need to walk up to Putin and we need to go, yo, Putin, bing bong, fuck your life. That's what we need to tell Putin.
Both of the sides, the vehicle losses just, and Russia lost 65.
Yeah, Davin. Yeah, that's a great point. Imagine being Russian and leaving your family to fight in another country, right? I mean, for a war of choice. Yo, Putin. Bing bong, bitch.
The vehicles, Ukraine lost 0 because we simply do not have the infantry vehicles or some of the tanks across the Dnieper River. We have just infantry, we have just our soldiers over there, mostly Marines. There was the information that Ukraine sent some of the armored vehicles across the Dnieper, but we don't have the real confirmation about it. So in the failed attack attempts, Russia lost 13 of the tanks and 38 of the armored vehicles. Plus some of the artillery systems, those were kaboomed by Ukrainian FPV drones, and not only. Still, it's the miracle.
Marks, we've gotten into that. Vlad Vexler does a great job, but you have a problem with Vlad Vexler as well. You know? You're a judgy dude. You're a judgy dude over here. Goddamn fucking Marxist. I bet you're a big fan of Richard Wolff, though, aren't you? Fucking Marxist.
For me of how our guys are capable.
Yeah, woke patriot, I totally agree with that statement. You're judgy. But you over there. Peeking into the frame. All cute. Yeah, you're not cute, buddy. Contrarian. Gotcha.
To withstand the ground in Krinky because Russia definitely pushes a lot. Yesterday I watched some of the terrible images of our wounded soldiers delivered from Krinky to Kherson hospitals, and my friends, it's terrible definitely to watch. We have
yeah, but no, he dances around the topic of Ukraine for obvious reasons, and we all know why. So why don't you tell your fellow Marxists to pull their head out of their ass and support freedom? Doesn't communism equal freedom? Why is it communist by default to support Russia's war of aggression? Pretty fucking gross. If I was a Marxist, which I'm fucking not, but if I was a Marxist, I'd be pretty pissed at my fellow Marxists, tankies, and Marxists that are running around pushing this narrative that, Russia is justified in what it's doing here. Playing games with that shit, right? What abouting, hemming and hawing around it, which is what Richard Wolff does. Oh, well, it's not justified, but... Ask the tankies, woke patriot. Simply understand better why it happened. Oh, do you? Yeah. You know what I'm talking about? You slimy, dude. Why do you keep coming back here? You enjoy pissing me off. Motherfucking Marxist. God damn it. You got a picture of Lenin up on your wall? You got a picture of Marx up on your wall, don't you? Marx or Lenin? What about Trotsky, dude? What about Trotsky? All you Marxists, you hating on Trotsky. He was the most common sense one amongst you. I want more Trotsky in the Communist Party, dude.
Losses there, unfortunately, many of the guys wounded. Then you say wounded, it's like the word, but then you watch the video of our soldiers. Well, it's hard to describe it over here, but it's very terrible. The war is terrible itself. Do I expect that Russia finally might take this bridgehead under?
You're allowed to have pictures of yourself in your own home. It's okay. My wife has pictures of me up on the wall. It is weird, though. I do agree.
Their control. I think that it is the possible variant because Ukraine wasn't able to dig down to the ground, creating the defense lines in this place. So potentially Russians might break through, and in that case Ukraine will just send more reinforcements, but whether it helps or not, only time might show. Alright, finally we have the confirmation about the Russian failed attack attempt on Sinkivka. We have the full video of their attack that happened around a couple of days ago. My friends, we also have the confirmation of the Russian attack in Sinkivka, which is failed as usual. But before we go to it, let me tell you about the sponsor and also the long...
Nah, that's good. Okay, so we got our Dennis update. Let's go ahead and get a more direct frontline update from your boys at Reporting from Ukraine, and we'll call this a day on our Ukraine coverage, and we'll jump into our super happy Christmas, positive, fun time Gaza coverage. So you got that to look forward to. So let's get this banged out here.
Today I will analyze the Ukrainian strategic situation.
Okay, perfect.
Despite advancing by around 15 kilometers in the Melitopol and Berdyansk directions, Ukrainian forces did not manage to translate tactical gains into operational significant results.
Yeah, it's true.
Ukrainian commanders realized that they underestimated the Russian defenses and, in order to avoid unnecessary losses, changed their tactics from heavy mechanized assaults to small infantry assaults already in the first weeks.
Yeah, which is and we saw that, and he said already in the first week. Remember, I mentioned that when the news reporter there pointed out the big oopsie doodle there with all the blown up tanks and stuff. So they immediately changed their strategy, and that for the better. They're doing it to prevent loss of materiel and loss of machines. Exactly how you're supposed to be doing it. Welcome back, Dari.
Ukrainians reached the tactical heights between Orikhiv and Tokmak to at least secure their tactical gains before the bad weather arrived and froze the front line. The freshest updates suggest that the snow, rain, and fog do not allow Ukrainians or Russians to actively move around in the region.
Lighting a cigarette.
The soil in the southern Ukraine is the softest, making the fields extremely difficult to pass, impeding the ground operations significantly.
Imagine you're in this, and then you start getting fired upon. I mean, I'd be scared out of my brains, dude, at the thought of that. Because where are you going to go? What are you going to do? You jump off the vehicle and you're waist deep in mud. Oh, it's just a nightmare.
Significantly. The weather conditions and the ground quality in Avdiivka are not much better, leaving very small windows between rains and forcing the commanders to wait until the ground dries up at least a little bit before launching mechanized attacks or counterattacks.
Chem Goblin, what the fuck,
In the most northern part of the front line, the snow frequently melts due to the constant fluctuations in temperature, causing the same problems.
Just driving along.
The Ukrainian High Command stated
Chem Goblin,
that
what
in
the
light
fuck?
of the expectedly bad winter weather conditions, they made a decision to transition to defensive operations.
Why is Ukraine like this, dude?
As the clashes in the south decreased, Russian forces launched a series of offensive operations in the east to seize the initiative.
Yeah.
So in short, Ukrainians transitioned to defensive operations because the bad weather would lead to unjustified losses, and Russians transitioned to offensive operations because they can. The setting, therefore, is the following. The southern front line is largely inactive. In the east, Ukrainians are
He's from Russia, but he now lives in Canada, and he reports on Ukraine quite faithfully. He does a really great job.
Defending against the Russian offensive,
Yeah,
and
Chem
in the
Goblin.
Kherson region, Ukrainians are joining Russian forces to undermine the Russian offensive capabilities. During the recent Direct Line with Putin forum, Putin claimed that Russians have around 600,000
Reporting from
soldiers
Ukraine
in
is
Ukraine.
rock solid.
A bit earlier, President
don't know what you're
Zelensky
talking
claimed
about.
that Ukrainians also have around 600,000 soldiers, so no
Pro-Ukraine
party has
all the
manpower
way.
superiority. The Ukrainian High Command recently stated that the most important objective for Ukrainian forces in the near future is to inflict as much damage to the Russian military as possible while conserving manpower and resources for offensive efforts.
It's the smartest thing. It's the smartest thing he could do in this situation. Smartest thing he could do, right? Instead of trying to impress the news media with big bombastic attacks that get a lot of his soldiers killed and a lot of his armor blown up, he does the smart move, which is consolidate gains, try to hold these lines, and pray to motherfucking Zeus that the political situation in the United States doesn't get any worse, so that we can get back to the business of pushing back Russia.
Achieving manpower superiority during the defensive operation is natural, because the defending party incurs much lower losses compared to the attackers. The current weather conditions make Russian attacks even costlier. Some Ukrainian analysts claim that the ratio of losses in Avdiivka is 7-1 in Ukrainian favor.
No way, dude. No way. No way. Look at the numbers in Vietnam, in World War II. Look at the numbers of any major conflict. They're almost never this one-sided. I mean, but you got Afghanistan, right? You got you got fucking Iraq and Afghanistan. Yeah, that ratio is going to be pretty lopsided. But this is nuts. This is nuts. And this should be talked about a lot more, because this is a strategic victory against Russia. Even if this is 1-5 instead of 1-7, and the numbers are being embellished, right? Because it's almost surely embellished. But even if it was 1-5, This is totally nuts. We're talking 1 dead Ukrainian for every 5 to 7 Russians. The news media should be talking about this more because this is a strategic victory. If you were playing Risk, the board game, you would be stoked about this number because you can't. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you're, Russia, China combined into a Voltron of never-ending empiric ambition. You can't sustain these numbers forever. You can't. You just can't. I don't care who you are. 10-1 KD against Russian, and wow, and that's nuts. But if Finland eventually lost. I looked up that, I always hear this story about, Finns going crazy after killing so many Russians as they were advancing up that snowy hill in World War II. But I've never found any corroboration. I've never found any proof of that story, which is totally nuts, if true. Like they were losing their mind because they were killing so many human beings.
Such a setting led to 15,000 Russian losses over the last 2 months. And right now Russians are conducting 5 such offensives, some of which engage at least twice as many troops as in Avdiivka. In order to increase the ratio even more, the Ukrainian command finally ordered to build comprehensive lines of defense, basically like the Russians did in the south.
Yeah.
So Ukrainian forces used this period of challenging weather and ongoing Russian offensive operations to establish and consolidate defensive positions.
Fuck, dude, are they using flamethrowers to melt the dirt so that they could dig into it? Is that what they're doing with those? Holy shit.
Russians did in the south. So Ukrainian forces used this period of challenging weather and ongoing Russian offensive operations to establish and consolidate defensive positions. Moreover, while Russians are committing the best forces to conduct these costly offensives, such as Wagner forces and elite motorized units with the most modern tanks and equipment, Ukrainians are removing their elite forces for replenishment and preparation for future offensives.
Interesting.
For example, the most elite assault brigades launched a recruitment and training campaign to create the most physically capable and prepared assault units.
Interesting.
The most elite drone detachments have launched.
So they got a lot of the B team up on the front lines right now just to hold the line, to hold the defense, while these elite guys are gathering their strength, rebuilding, training, getting more guys, getting better set up for when things start thawing out. Interesting. Now, we heard similar things counteroffensive as well. So, let's not get too hopeful, but for me, it's good to see that there's solid planning here. There's a lot of common sense, at least from a layman's point of view, there's a lot of common sense things that I'm seeing here, which is good, because it would feel really depressing if Zelensky was greedy and vain and all this money was getting stolen and the resources weren't getting used correctly, and there was just just problems everywhere, instead of this really kind of complicated situation. But it would be very depressing if Ukraine had, on top of dealing, because there is corruption. I'm not saying that there isn't, but I'm just saying if it was like, Russia style rampant, you like literally people starving on the front lines because they couldn't get rations, that kind of shit. I mean, there is, I say that, but there are some frontline situations for the Ukrainians that are very difficult. Not because of the failure of the Ukrainian government per se, but just because of the difficulty of the task on the front line. Welcome back, Davey.
Campaign and will train thousands assault drone operators. And this is extremely important because the Ukrainian chief in command Zaluzhny concluded in his assessment of the counteroffensive that the next breakthrough on the front line can only be achieved with technology and innovation, in particular drones. Furthermore, the Ukrainian...
Okay, you can't show that video without any explanation, dude. What the fuck is going on?
The counteroffensive that the next...
Dude, you have a fucking chainsaw on top, attached to a drone. What is happening?
Breakthrough on the front line can only be achieved with technology and...
Dude, fuck a flamethrower. Fuck a flamethrower, dude. Imagine this flying down your damn trench.
Innovation, in particular drones. Furthermore, the Ukrainian Ministry of Defense announced that their key focus in 2024 will be the mass production of drones. Overall, Ukrainians are transitioning into strategic
Greetings
defense,
from South Boston, it's your
and
boy
the most
Lenny.
important thing that matters for the Ukrainian command
Sox.
is maximizing Russian losses throughout the winter. The main goal of Ukrainian forces is to force Russians to pay as high a price as possible for every gained meter this
Welcome
winter.
back, Rob, as well. Merry Christmas.
When the
Thank
Russian
you, Rob.
manpower is sufficiently reduced, the plan is to use the replenished elite assault brigades and newly created ones and amplify their efforts with developed drone technologies supported by their mass production. This summer, the Russians showed that they took lessons from the previous successful Ukrainian counteroffensives. So now it is time for the Ukrainians to adjust and improve. In light of the Christmas season, we
Yeah, and that's a very fair assessment. I think, I really enjoy reporting from Ukraine here. I mean, really, honestly, just that is a very honest frontline assessment right there. I really enjoy reporting from Ukraine. That is really great. I totally agree with all of that. I totally 100% agree with all that. Folks, the Christmas special continues. We're not done. The Keeping It Real Christmas continues. Welcome. If you're new here, welcome to the Keeping It Real Christmas special here on the News Underground. I am Abandoned Nihilism, aka the Harbinger. This is the Keeping It Real Christmas. We're going to do it again tomorrow as well, but we got one last segment today. But if you're looking for that real news content tomorrow, even on Christmas Day, because you keep it real even on Christmas, make sure you tune in tomorrow. I'll be here. I think it's better to continue. I agree, Davey. Should not be attacking. Yeah, I agree. Continue to make life difficult for Russians. I mean, when the 7 to 1. 7 to 1. No way Russia can keep that up. Not without going full total war stance. What time tomorrow? Probably around noon. Probably around the same time. I'll update in the Discord chat if I'm going to be late. Getting so high, my wife is going to have to drag me down from the ceiling. Nice. Well, folks, it's a happy holiday time, and so that we gotta keep this happy, cheery, go time going. No, in all seriousness, we're about to talk about something very depressing, and I'm going to show you some very depressing videos from Gaza, from Palestine. And it's one video especially is very difficult. You're not going to see blood and violence, but you will see something that, like I said, it almost made me cry just watching it. So just a heads up about that. FYI, Operation Orbital. What you talking about? Okay. It's the operation to train and support the armed forces of Ukraine by the British military. Interesting. Yeah, I want to see that some of this shit start paying dividends, because that's what Ukraine needs. They need a couple hundred F-16s up in the air, doing 24/7 every location possible strikes. But no, just wanted to give you a trigger warning here. Some of this stuff is very difficult, very, very difficult to watch or even listen to. So if you don't have a stomach to, for this, I understand. But it's very difficult. All that I ask is if you can't watch it and you got to leave, I get you. But all that I ask is that you consider, helping the people of Palestine that are suffering so greatly. So greatly, in fact, that you can't even witness their suffering. It's so amazing. It's so intense. Yeah, it's tough. It really is. It's tough to watch. Just a heads up. 52K trained, huh? Well, shit. Let's give them a goddamn airplane. Let's go. All right, let's get. Let me change my shit here. Hold on. Let me just update this real quick before I hit play. I'll just hit play right now, but.
It is never quiet at the Nasser hospital in Khan Yunis. The injured just keep coming. These are the dazed and bloody survivors. At least 166 people were killed in the past 24 hours in Gaza. death in the south and the north. This is Jabalia, the scene of heavy fighting between Israel and Hamas overnight. The UN says there are no functioning hospitals here in the north, and so all that is offered are the white shrouds of burial. During a long conversation between Joe Biden and Benjamin Netanyahu yesterday, the US president emphasized the critical need to protect civilians and allow them to move away from the fighting. But nowhere feels safe. Israel has always told residents to leave here in the north, but its forces continue to hit targets further south, including here just to the west of Rafah, near the border with Egypt.
We found the wall collapsing on us. My grandmother had 10 stitches in the head, and my aunt, along with all my family, managed to pull themselves out from under the rubble. They said this is a safe area, but we only found houses falling on people.
While the US is pressing Israel to protect civilians and allow aid to come in, President Biden crucially did not call for a ceasefire. And so after speaking with the US leader, Netanyahu said the war would go on until all Israeli goals were achieved. In a video released by the Israeli Defense Forces, the army's chief of staff was seen addressing troops in Gaza. This weekend, more than a dozen Israeli soldiers have been killed in fighting. There were signals from the US that Israel might soon shift its operation to a less intense phase. But Netanyahu dismissed such reports, instead announcing they will expand their ground operations across Gaza.
The war exacts a very heavy price from us, but we have no choice but to continue fighting. Until today, our forces eliminated many thousands of terrorists. We are continuing until the end, until victory, until we reach all our goals.
That rhetoric may worry Washington about a widening conflict. Smoke rises in Lebanon.
Completely ridiculous.
Israel said they had hit several targets of the Iran-backed militia Hezbollah. In the Red Sea, the US has been intercepting missiles fired by Houthi rebels in Yemen, who are also supported by Iran. And the US military said a chemical tanker in the Indian Ocean, seen here on the right, was hit by a drone launched from Iran itself. Tehran has not commented. But the geopolitics of war means little to the mourners of Gaza. If Christmas is a time for family around the world, here in Khan Yunis, they bury their families.
Good question,
The majority of the more than 20,000 killed in Gaza are women and children. So it is the men left to grieve, to pray, and to survive whatever may come next.
Yeah, that's a good question, Lenny. I currently don't have a recommended charity for Gaza. I think I will go ahead and add that to the automated list there inside the chat there. We'll get another bot going, and I can give you some recommendations that way. So look forward to that coming up in the future. You know, I mean, I'm sure there's a bunch of great organizations. I mean, the problem right now is that any of the major big organizations are going to be banned. So you might want to do a lesser known organization. That would be the charity I would donate to, because they're probably more likely to actually get in there and help people. The Red Cross is probably completely neutered in this case. But that's a good question, Lenny. I'll have a better answer for you soon. So prepare yourself, folks. This is the video that I was having problems watching. This is a miracle, if you want to use a religious term. This is an absolute miracle. This baby was pulled out of the rubble. Both her mother and father were killed by an Israeli airstrike, but the baby miraculously survives.
Ya Allah, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Ya Allah.
She had survived under the rubble for days. I just got to experience the joy of childbirth with my wife, a young son. He's not even 1 year old yet. He looks just like this baby. It is extremely difficult for me to put into words the feelings I have, you know, and it reinforces my you know, what I say, that there's no justification. That there is a reason why targeting civilians in retaliation for terrorist activities, you know, for terrorist groups' activities is considered a war crime. You know, and to those whatabouters that would say, well, what about Hamas? You know, and they don't Hamas doesn't love this baby. Hamas isn't protecting this baby. I agree with you. You know, I don't disagree with the people that are shitting on Hamas for all the various things that they say. Almost everything that they say about Hamas is true. My disagreement is with the strategy. The strategy of eliminating Hamas. You're not going to do it with bombs, with, you know, with guns, with bullets. You're going to do it with politics. You know, and the reality is that there is no motivation. The goal is to take over Palestine. The goal is to completely eliminate Palestine as a country. You know, absorb these people and put them in in apartheid governance for the rest of their existence, I guess, inside Israel. But completely remove the country of Palestine. That is extremely clear to me. And that's why this violence is happening. That's why this violence is happening to these people. Because they were born in Palestine. Wanted to show a little bit of this guy here. We're not going to watch the whole 15 minutes. You know, he very popular. He's up and comer, you know, all these really great, handsome leftists over here, and I'm fucking left in the goddamn dirt. All these really great leftists out here doing great work. And, you know, is it because I'm not posting every day? Is that why? Because I need to post every day? I'm not jealous at all. But Owen Jones over here, almost cracking 400K subscribers already, came out of nowhere. Has already, you know, has been apparently censored somehow, you know, for his views on the, you know, freeing the Palestinian people from Israeli oppression. So I wanted to hear what he had to say here, because, you know, if you're getting censored, that usually means you're saying the right things. Usually, you know, not always the case. But let's see here. Did we watch you and not them? Or more True. Yeah, Chem Goblin, true. No, I appreciate every single viewer of the News Underground. Thank you for coming here. But I can't help but be a little bit envious of these fellas, you know. But you know, it's the hard work. I think it's the everyday. They're posting every single day, and maybe one day I'll get there. But it's not going to be next year, because next year I got to focus on my health. I got to make sure my health, you know, while I'm still in my 30s, I got to make sure I'm in good shape before I hit my 40s. It's got to happen. If it doesn't happen soon, it's never going to happen, and then I'm going to be that thing I don't want to be, you know.
This is the most obscene lie in this whole depraved saga, and it's just been revealed for what it is. It was used to justify a grave war crime.
This guy has almost 400K subscribers, and he doesn't have a fucking pop filter. Okay, all right.
And it should have been very clearly accepted as a lie from the start.
Thank you, Lenny.
As indeed many of us saw it as such. Now, I realise that Israel's onslaught is one overarching moral obscenity, but we can't lose sight of the specific war crimes which are being committed.
Okay.
Al-Shifa Hospital suffered a huge military assault, and new evidence is conclusive.
Thank you, Memento. Yeah, I haven't, you know, I mean, I haven't seen much of them. So, I mean, you know, I don't have UK News 24/7 on in the house, so maybe I would have seen him if I did. That's good. I mean, good for him. I'm happy for him. I'm just making a joke. I'm just making a self-deprecating joke. But no, I'm extremely happy for his success. And like I said, if you're being, you know, called and
cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
If the establishment is calling you an anti-Semite, it's usually because you're saying something they don't want you to say. It's almost like 9 times out of 10. You know, but then you do have those anomalies, those Nick Fuentes, you know, people that are like legitimately anti-Semitic. So you can't exactly say anti-Semitism doesn't exist, because it absolutely does exist, but it's, that term has lost all meaning because of Israel's politics.
Basis for this hideous attack was a lie. Now let's just start at the beginning. Al-Shifa is the biggest hospital in Gaza. It was built in 1946.
Yeah, so
when Palestine...
This is about the Al-Shifa hospital and that G.I. Joe command center underneath. Remember, we got that CGI video of a full-blown command center. So they finally take over the hospital. We get the receipts. We get the video. They go down in there, and it is a nothing burger. Okay, look, I don't mean to... Yeah, that might be an accurate statement, Soviet mind. Yuck, dude. So the Soviet Union fucking sucked. Okay, can we talk about that for a microsecond? Can the leftists of the world stop walking around with hammer and sickles like we want that shit? Like any free person wants a motherfucking hammer and sickle, red Soviet Union? Bullshit. Drop the nostalgia for the Soviet Union. The left needs to drop the nostalgia for the Soviet Union. I fucking said it. Enough of your hammer and sickle nonsense. Anyway.
Was still under British colonial rule. In the midst of Israel's assault on Gaza, which has now killed well over 20,000 people and injured over 50,000 others, such a hospital clearly plays a pivotal role. Whether it functions is a matter of life and death on a grand
Soviet
scale.
mind.
Not just for those injured by missiles, but keep in mind, say, the 50,000 women who are pregnant, with 180 women a day giving birth, or indeed people with cancer or serious underlying medical health conditions. But the Israeli Defense Forces declared in October that Al-Shifa Hospital was,
here's the video.
Quote, the main headquarters for Hamas's terrorist activity. Terrorism, they added, does not belong in a hospital.
Oh yeah, so that's where I was interrupted by Soviet mind. I interrupted myself because of Soviet mind. But no, the video that they showed us was like 2 rooms and a bathroom, and then like a tunnel that went to a door, and that was it. That's literally all they've shown us. But they have this full-blown CGI render showing all of this stuff. Oh well, they sealed it up. They blew everything up and sealed it up. Oh, they did that right before you came? Yeah, they did that right before we showed up, So then they show the rooms that are available, and they look like they haven't been touched in decades. They look, like literally not. So they just completely stripped them bare of literally every single thing, like no furniture, no, writings on the wall or posters on the wall or anything. They just literally cleaned out the entire room. So it totally ridiculous. Okay, look, it's not enough. I watched the footage. We watched it exclusively on the News Underground, and I was like, okay, guys, we're giving Israel the benefit of the doubt here. The tunnels, we know the tunnels exist, but they're saying Hamas has been using these tunnels, and we even have a fucking person apparently from Al-Shifa Hospital, one of the people who was running the Al-Shifa Hospital, admitting that they are a member of Hamas. So we have. I mean, it's like Israel doesn't really need to give us much. But then they give us this like wet noodle of, to back up this big slick animation. Where's the conference rooms? Where's, you got AK-47s hanging around the hospital. Where's anything? They didn't provide any evidence for that.
And the IDF will operate to uncover any terrorist infrastructure.
Yeah, I figured you were a Stalinist. Stalinists can suck my chode. People that are nostalgic for Stalinism and the Bolshevik era are gross and wrong, and you'll find no home here. So please just move the fuck on. Continue to post the worst things in human history on Twitter with your little hammer and sickle symbol. Admit it. You got it on your Twitter account. Admit it, Soviet mind. You got a little hammer and sickle next to your name, don't you? Fuck Stalin, fuck Bolshevism, fuck the Soviet Union, fuck Soviet Union nostalgia and the iconography of the Soviet Union. Fuck all of it. Communism and socialism needs to throw away all of that shit. All of it. Embrace the tenets of freedom and democracy.
They then released a mocked-up video seemingly detailing a huge labyrinth
Bolshevism
series of tunnels as well as Hamas meeting rooms. They also declared that Hamas's continued military use of the Shifa hospital jeopardized the hospital's protected status under international law.
Thank you for following.
That's because, as you probably can guess, without being an international lawyer,
or 21,
you can't actually just attack hospitals. That is a
Thank you
war
for following.
crime. The exception given is if that hospital is used for clear military purposes, such as a base to launch rockets, and then it becomes a legitimate military target. Under Article 19 of the Genevan Conventions, in those circumstances, an advance warning must be given to the hospital and the attack must be based on the principle of proportionality. Now, the IDF claims were backed up by President Joe Biden's administration in the United States. They said Hamas is operating a command node from the Al-Shifa hospital when Israel was preparing its final assault. Now, the US provided no intelligence publicly to back up its claims and indeed refused to do so when asked. Now, as well as the medical staff there, foreign doctors who'd worked there strenuously denied the claims about Al-Shifa Hospital. Let's listen to the former Norwegian, the Norwegian physician who formerly worked at the hospital, Mads Gilbert, as one example. But with the go-ahead of the US administration, Israel repeatedly attacked and laid siege to Al-Shifa Hospital, where as well as patients, many thousands of terrified civilians were also sheltering. The hospital was left without power. Doctors, nurses and patients were killed by the Israeli assault, while premature babies died. A mass grave was dug for as many as 180 people, with the morgue having long ceased to function. According to the World Health Organization, the hospital became a death zone. When the IDF raided this besieged hospital, they arrested the director of the hospital and several doctors. The IDF then embarked on a propaganda campaign to back up these claims. The evidence they provided was a joke, not a funny joke. The horror of this can be described as many things, but funny is not one of them. As the brilliant investigative journalist Jeremy Scarhill put it, the IDF released its first round of purported evidence, which more or less consisted of a smattering of automatic rifles, some nestled behind an MRI machine, and a conveniently placed combat vest with a Hamas logo on it. With the exception of Israel's most diehard
there's going to be a kitty in a second.
This effort appeared to convince almost no one of the sweeping assertions about Al-Shifa's importance to Hamas's current operations. Indeed, damning stuff from the outset. They then released videos supposedly showing tunnels below the hospital. It was already known Gaza has an extensive network of underground tunnels, partly used to smuggle in food and crucial supplies. Gaza, after all, has suffered the longest siege in modern history, and you don't have to be a sympathizer to Hamas to be sympathetic to the civilian population getting food and supplies. But as well...
It's a fact, yeah. No, because Israel, the reason why they need to smuggle in things like cooking oil and spices and medicines is because Israel, with their occupation and their blockade, prevents essential things from getting into Gaza. That is true. That is what happens.
Almost certainly smuggling weapons, which, as Scarhill says, those claims entirely credible. We also know that there were tunnels under the hospital because Israel built them when it was occupying Gaza in the 1980s. Now, the IDF released footage of what they said, let's just remind ourselves, was the main headquarters for Hamas's terrorist activity, footage of these tunnels. The best we got was some dilapidated...
This is what I was describing earlier.
Pathetic. Completely pathetic. Completely, in no way, justified what they said about Al-Shifa Hospital. Israel refused demands for an independent investigation of this tunnel, and then they destroyed it. Convenient, so no one could then investigate the actual evidence. They also released CCTV footage from the 7th of October, which showed 2 hostages being brought into the hospital. Now, this should not need saying, but I'll keep saying it, when Hamas took civilians...
Look, what pisses me off about tankies is that we need socialism, okay? We can't have a discussion about socialism without Marx, without the guy who fucking created the goddamn system, right? Communism that socialism is based off of. But we can't have serious conversations with people about socialism and about how we can maybe integrate socialism into the current system when you're hanging up pictures of Mao Zedong and talking about how the fucking Bolshevik revolution needs to come back. Right? So that's my problem. Is that I'm a democratic socialist. I believe in socialist reforms when the failures of capitalism are so apparent. I don't believe in radically changing our system of capitalism instantly in a snap revolution that will make everything magically better. I don't believe in that. So, gradualist. Yeah, no, I believe in gradual change. I don't believe in instant revolutions fixing everything. That's my problem with tankies, though, is that we need to talk about socialism, but they're muddying the waters with a bunch of nostalgia for a fucking era no one gives a fuck about, except for a bunch of weird internet people, right? I'm talking about changing mainstream opinions about socialism. And you're over here bitching about Stalinism, right? That's all. That's my main problem with this.
Hostages, they committed a grave war crime for which there was
Okay, I've had enough here. I don't get how this guy can get so many views. It's kind of unwatchable for me. But if you want to watch the rest of it, it's right here. Moving on to my next segment. I'm not jealous at all. I'm not jealous at all. Cute little son of a bitch. He's so cute. He's a little cutie. Wanted to do this one here. UN chief says Israel forces creating massive obstacles for aid in Gaza. So this is just, the UN pointing out that, Israel is intentionally getting in the way of aid to Gazan civilians because the reason why they're doing this, the reason why they're telling Gazans to go to a location, and they say it's a safe location, and then they bomb that location, is that they want the Gazans to not feel safe in Gaza. They want the Gazans, or the Palestinians who live in Gaza, let's be more accurate. They want the Palestinians to leave, to go to Egypt, to feel like, okay, there's like literally no safe place. We can't go back home. There's no hospital. There's no infrastructure. The Israeli military is never going to leave. They want to create a scenario that is like fatalist, right? Where the only logical conclusion is go to Egypt, go to Jordan. That's why they're doing this. Yeah, well, if you're in it for the long run, then you better be participating in the current system so that we can reform and change it. Do you vote Soviet mind? Do you try to reform and participate in politics so that you can change politics to be more socialist, to be more communist? Or are you waiting around for a communist revolution that's never going to come? All butthurt because no one likes Stalin. Another problem I have with communists, they use it as an excuse to not participate in the current system when we need them more than ever to make change in the system.
The real problem is that the way Israel is conducting this offensive is creating massive obstacles to the distribution of humanitarian aid inside Gaza. An effective aid operation in Gaza requires security, staff who can work in safety, logistical capacity, and the resumption of commercial activity. These four elements do not exist. Israel began its military operation in response to the horrific terror attacks launched by Hamas on 7 October. And nothing can possibly justify those attacks or the brutal abduction of some 250 hostages. And I repeat my call for all remaining hostages to be released immediately and unconditionally. And nothing can justify the continued fire of rockets from Gaza at civilian targets in Israel or the use of civilians as human shields. But at the same time, these violations of international humanitarian law can never justify the collective punishment of the Palestinian people, and they do not free Israel from its own obligations under international law.
There you go. There you go. So there's the UN right there, who has to tread a very careful line because those emails start coming immediately. I bet you the anti-Semitic, you're an anti-Semite emails start happening before even the speech is even over with. But treading a very fine line here, pointing out, no, we're not supporting Hamas. We don't support their terrorism. We don't support their actions. That does not give you the excuse to collectively punish, over 2 million people. Here's the thing, though. What do you think this guy's going to do when Israel doesn't leave? When it's like 2 or 3 years later and Israel still hasn't gotten out of northern Gaza and there's settlers are moved in, right? And we already got a bunch of settlers. We can't get them out now. They moved in their families. Sorry, guess we're stuck. You'll be retired, typer, nothing. Yeah, exactly. War Crime Central, United States goes against the UN constantly. It's absurd. I agree, L. It is absurd. It's absurd that they're going to do this that they're doing this in front of it. They've been doing it since the 40s in front of us. But now it's really mask off, right? No more two-state solution canard. We're not going to pretend like we're going to, entertain this two-state solution anymore. We're going to cut Gaza in half and maybe take even the southern part of Gaza if weak weak sons of bitches like this continue to make speeches instead of doing anything substantive. So, yeah, I guess I wanted to show this. I know, Young Turks. I know. We haven't shown any Young Turks in a while. But, hey, the Young Turks is on the right side on this one. They're pretty wishy-washy on Ukraine, a little disappointing on Ukraine, repeating and, absorbing and repeating the lie about, money and there's still lead in Detroit and there's, we got all this, none of this money is being spent in the United States, as if we can't help Ukraine. And we're actually doing it at a discount, right? Like, we can't help Ukraine and also help the American people. It's a very conservative mindset that we have to reduce aid for Ukraine so that we can help more people in the United States, as if that's how things work, right? So, I've had a lot of problems with TI, and then of course in the 2016 election, that's when I dropped all support of TY. I used to be a big TYT fan. Then in 2016 with the Bernie election, and their flirtation with Elizabeth Warren, and playing around with this sexist lie about Bernie, and entertaining it and kind of flirting around with the mainstream media narrative instead of really going hard on Bernie, they allowed the doubt and the gaslighting to enter into their narrative. Just very disappointing that they allowed Emma Vigeland to do that on their network. So I dropped them right then and there, but then, they have a lot of really great progressive views, but then, like I said, with the Ukraine stuff, it was very disappointing to hear Cenk Uygur repeating bog standard Republican conservative talking points about, like I said, money. And it's like, yeah, I mean, I would prefer to not spend any money on military, but like I said, the Ukraine, the money going to Ukraine, the resources going to Ukraine pale in comparison to some of the other military adventures. And let me tell you, the rate of return is quite fantastic coming from Ukraine. So it also, like I said, does anyone honestly think if we were to just cut off support for Ukraine, all of a sudden what would get a check in the mail? Our taxes would get lower. What, groceries would be cheaper? Gas would be cheaper? Would anything get cheaper? This idea that somehow we're going to receive the dividends of the cutting the funding for Ukraine is pretty fucking ridiculous. But here's TYT on the right side, strongly on the right side, a pro-Palestinian side, and pro-Palestinian civilians, okay, not Hamas gaslighters, bad actors. But coming out strong for it, and I want to give them a little bit of props here, show them a little bit. We're not gonna watch the whole 24 minutes, though. I can tell you that, folks. That is not on the cards. We're not doing that. No, sir. Okay, but let's dig in a little bit and see what's happening over there at TYT. Wow, look at all this. I mean, look at these guys. I mean, they're successful. Look at all these networks. Look at all this. Zumo, Fubo, Local Now, Samsung TV Plus. Oh, yeah, I used the Samsung app for TYT once in a great while. Pluto, Roku, Twitch, X, Facebook, and YouTube. Wow, it's very, very impressive. Very impressive stuff. Good for TYT. I prefer TYT over, like, One America News, Bar is low.
This is an area.
Wow. Could we crank up the volume a little louder? Could we get a little louder, please? I'd really like to have that volume just blast my eardrums into complete fucking dust. That would be really cool.
In Gaza, where for weeks, civilians fled to find safety.
L421, yes. Yes, there is a legitimate, real opportunity for Ukraine to secure a complete victory against Russia. Yes. Not without help, though. Not without help. Oh, wow. I can't wait to debate with a fucking guy from Kick. Down to debate respectfully, huh? I'm so sure of that. People that walk right up to you without knowing you and immediately want to start a debate. Oh, yeah. Those are usually big winners. We got a debate, bro. Very respectfully, guys. Super respectfully. I'm going to be super respectful while I throw around the N-word at the end of at the end of the argument when I'm losing it.
These are 2,000-pound bombs.
You've already won. See, Woodsman, you've already won, dude. You're so good at debating. We didn't even have to engage in a debate before you've already won it. So just, there you go, bud. Congratulations. He did it, guys. He did it. He beat me. Triggered. I'm fucking triggered. I got beaten in a debate before we even started the debate. That's how bad of a debater I am. Holy shit.
One of the most destructive munitions in Western military arsenals. But a Times investigation using aerial imagery and artificial intelligence found visual evidence suggesting Israel used these munitions in the area it designated safe for civilians at least 200 times.
Clown emoji. What do you want to debate about, Woodsman? What's the subject you want to debate about? How Hunter Biden is ruining America with this big, meaty, juicy dick? Is that what you would like to debate?
New York Times did an extensive investigation into Israel's assault on Gaza, and the results are damning. Specifically, they looked into the IDF's use of 2,000-pound bombs.
So these 2,000-pound bombs are really quite horrific. They're killing a lot of people, and shockingly, I didn't know this, but the United States actually uses them quite sparingly in urban areas because of the incredible amount of civilian casualties that they cause. And apparently, Israel has been using these bombs with just total reckless abandon.
Areas of
exactly, Soviet, exactly.
South Gaza, civilians were originally told by the Israeli government, by the IDF, to flee to for their own.
He just wants to debate, but he literally can't tell me what he wants to debate about. Best of luck, man. Suck my dick. Get the fuck out of here, bitch. Jesus, you're annoying. God, why in the hell would I want to debate with you? I asked you, what do you want to debate about? And you're like, I just wanted a civil debate. I just wanted a civil debate. Okay, what do you want to debate about? Well, I just wanted to be civil. I just wanted to be civil. You're a freak.
Safety. Now they are using 2,000-pound bombs in those areas, and we'll get to in a second
You want to tell me what you want to debate about, Junior? Just leave. Oh my God, just leave. The performance is tired. Holy shit. Bye. Bye. Have a blessed day. I'll pray for you on Sunday. Bye.
Destructive power and capability.
Okay, I'm done with TYT. Thank you so much, TYT. Great stuff. Let's go ahead and jump over to the New York Times video that she was actually referencing and talking about. This is a very difficult video to watch. This is the last video of the day. So just a heads up, trigger warning, I will be using the blur filter quite a bit in this video. It's a very tough one to watch, so just a heads up. I'm here about the free debate. Yeah, I want to debate, but I don't want to tell you what to debate about. Okay. You want to debate the gamer word, don't you? You just want to debate the use of the gamer word? But just a heads up, folks, this is a pretty rough video to watch.
This is an area in Gaza where for weeks civilians fled to find safety. These are 2,000-pound bombs. One of the most destructive munitions in Western military arsenals. When a 2,000-pound bomb detonates, it unleashes a blast wave and metal fragments thousands of feet in every direction. Sometimes.
So there's a woman here who's lying face down in the dirt with blood pooling around her head. She's far away from the building that was being hit by a 2,000-pound bomb, and it looks like one of the piece of shrapnel hit her from far away, from way away from the building.
2,000-pound bombs leave giant craters in the earth, like this strike in South Gaza in November.
This is incredibly sad. He's desperately digging with his hands and feet through thousands of pounds of cement rubble looking for his 4 children. I don't know how this is, once again, I mean, it doesn't even need to be repeated anymore because it's so utterly absurd and ridiculous to say that this is somehow an assault against Hamas, that this is justified to get at a Hamas member. This kind of mass suffering. It's beyond absurd to say that. It is absolutely beyond absurd. It's extremely clear. Kill enough of these people, you just get them out of the area, you occupy it long enough, you drag it out, then you eventually just claim ownership. I mean, look what's happening in the West Bank with the settlers. Israel just takes that territory that's just theirs now. Oh, we don't sanction this. We don't sanction the settlers, but we absolutely do accept the new territorial borders that they enforce and create with their violence against the Palestinians, the settlers in the West Bank. Yeah, no, we don't sanction them. It's technically illegal. It's really naughty. Shouldn't do that. But we definitely update the maps the moment a settler moves into a new location. Oh, new part of Israel. It's so beyond absurd to say that this is somehow getting at Hamas, that this is somehow destroying terrorism. If anything, this creates terrorists. I mean, if this was me, I'm signing up. Oh.
Cool it with the anti-Semitic remarks.
You kill my entire family? What am I supposed to do? Forgive you? Every one of these bombs, every one of these strikes creates more terrorists. It's called blowback. It's a real phenomenon.
Munitions experts say 2,000-pound bombs are almost never used by the U.S. military anymore in densely populated areas. Israel says it must destroy Hamas above and below ground to prevent terrorist attacks like October 7th, and claims it's taking extraordinary measures to protect civilians. But a Times investigation using aerial imagery and artificial intelligence found visual evidence suggesting Israel used these munitions in the area it designated safe for civilians at least 200 times. The boat,
Al Rakabi talking about the Tory party and the fucking boats, Kennard. I mean, honestly, the boats. Are the boats the reason why, UK business people are no longer able to, operate like they used to operate? Did the people in the boats cause that trade disaster? No. If you want to, there's one single entity that has caused the pain and suffering of the UK people for the last decade, and that's the Tory party. And their terrible, horrible experiment called Brexit that the neoliberal Keir Starmer liberal Labour Party government is too fucking cowardly to even campaign against anymore. And because they're so locked down by the corporations and neoliberal corporate interests, they agree with Brexit quietly. Because Brexit can somehow help, some oligarchs or something, who knows. So that's the situation in the UK. Man, you're getting banned, dude.
Analysis indicates 2,000-pound bombs were dropped on a routine basis in South Gaza during the first 6 weeks of the war.
Enjoy your ban, bitch boy. Bye.
And it suggests that even for those who followed every Israeli evacuation order and advisory, there was still no safety to be found in a war zone that's more dangerous for civilians than any in recent history. Amplifying the danger are many factors. Hamas intentionally uses dense civilian areas to position military personnel and weapons.
Yeah, Al Rakabi, exactly. The neoliberals specifically is what you're talking about, right? I mean, it's not just the neoliberals in the UK. I mean, it's all of them across the globe, tying one hand behind their back. Oh, gee, guys, just had to be a corporatist hack, just had to be a shill for the corporations. Once again, had no choice but to agree with my honorable right-wing conservative colleagues. It's a fucking disease across the globe.
Buried underground are vast tunnel networks used by Hamas fighters, but no bomb shelters for civilians. When the war started, Israel completely sealed off Gaza's borders and claimed it was going to keep civilians out of the crossfire by establishing a safe zone
They
and
have nowhere to
issuing
run.
evacuation orders.
Look at this, man. Look at that. I've seen this
By
footage before.
establishing a safe zone and issuing evacuation orders.
There's no justification for this. There is no justification for what you're doing to these people, Israel. What you're doing is creating two new Hamas members, and members of the Israeli government would say, "Well, yeah, then that's why you got to take them out. It's tragic, but yep, I agree. Yeah, some members of the Israeli government would agree. Yeah, these are potential terrorists. They got to go." It's the barbarism knows no end, man. Human beings can't do this to other human beings without some kind of punishment, without some kind of pushback. It is barbaric beyond the pale.
Orders. By air, phone, and social media, over 1 million people living in northern Gaza were told they must move to the south to be safe.
The IDF is calling for the people of Gaza to evacuate to southern Gaza,
to go south of this river.
They're never going to be able to come back. Does anyone honestly believe Israel is going to finish whatever project? Claim victory against Hamas, and then they're just going to bail and leave the rubble to the Palestinian people to pick through and rebuild? No. They're going to say we can't give this back to the Palestinians because then Hamas will come back. And we just have to occupy it for the rest of existence. And hey, if we're going to occupy it for the rest of existence, why not move in some Israeli settlers? It's only a matter of time before the settlers start moving in. They're going to repeat the same exact strategy as they do in the West Bank and just play out the clock. Oh, with negotiation. Oh, pretend to negotiate. Tell the West what they want to hear. Meanwhile, take little bits and pieces. In this case, they just take a whole chunk, right? But you got to move in the settlers, right? You can't just do it all at once. Too greedy. Looks too bad. But you do it day by day, gradual by gradual. Morning Joe isn't going to cover that. Morning Joe doesn't give a shit if 1 or 2 settlers move in, right? But if you did like bus loads, if you did hundreds at a time, I guess we'd have to report on that. Hopefully they don't call us anti-Semites.
Move south. For your own safety, move south.
But the evacuation routes and the safe zone were anything but safe. How often the attacks were launched by Hamas is unclear. But visual evidence indicates Israel was dropping 2,000-pound bombs in the area it was ordering civilians to go. The Times programmed an artificial intelligence tool to analyze satellite imagery of South Gaza to search for bomb craters. The AI tool detected over 1,600 possible craters. We manually reviewed each one to weed out the false positives, like shadows, water towers, or bomb craters from a previous conflict. We measured the remaining craters to find ones that spanned roughly 40 feet across or more, which experts say are typically formed only by 2,000-pound bombs. Ultimately,
so the next time the gaslighters are like, "Oh, Hamas numbers. Oh, you're just listening to Hamas propaganda." Okay, this is the New York fucking Times. And I'm not saying the New York Times is accurate, but you think the New York Times accurate 100% of the time because the New York Times helped us get into the Iraq War. But it's not like the New York Times doesn't want to come to the defense of the Israeli government. They would really prefer to do a puff piece, but they have no choice. They have no choice but to point this stuff out and put resources into it. And thank goodness they are. They're doing real independent research outside of the Israeli government, the United States government. And there's no, we did our own research. We programmed a tool. We went through thousands of photos of bomb craters. We did measurements based off scale. These craters can only be created by this type of bomb. It's essential work. So, don't let the gaslighters convince you, you don't know what you don't believe your lying eyes. Oh, those are all inaccurate numbers. Israel has only killed a couple thousand people. You got gaslighters out here saying that shit. Oh, well, since it's Hamas numbers, we can't trust the totals. So the totals are probably much, much lower than what's being reported. That's what they're trying to say. And it makes you feel like you're taking crazy pills. Okay, but we have independent analysis right here of the barbarism in Gaza.
We identified 208 of these craters in satellite imagery and drone footage, indicating 2,000-pound bombs posed a pervasive threat to civilians seeking safety across South Gaza.
This is in southern Gaza, too. This is in southern. They are told to go here. They are told to evacuate to these areas. They haven't even started their occupation of the South yet. And they're bombing the shit. Why would you do that? Why would you do that? Why? Because you want them to leave. Because you want them to run to Egypt. That's why.
It's likely that more of these bombs were used than what was captured in our reporting. Because of limited satellite imagery, our analysis omits parts of South Gaza. And military experts say that often, depending on the target, fuse, and type of soil, a 2,000-pound bomb may not leave a crater at all. Even bomb craters that are visible from the sky do not convey the destruction unleashed on the ground.
It's unbelievable.
This crater in central Khan Yunis was from an airstrike in October. More than a dozen people were reportedly killed. Scores were injured or buried under the rubble. Hours later, Israel took responsibility, posting video of the strike and a photo of the alleged target, a top Hamas official they said was key in planning.
All this chaos for this guy. There's no fucking way that is worth it. There is no fucking way this goober is worth that amount of suffering. And you got him. Okay, you got him. Hamas lives on.
The October 7th attack.
Israel
has said it must take out Hamas leaders no matter where they're hiding.
Our goal, and we're taking extraordinary efforts to achieve it, is to minimize civilian casualties. This is our ethos. And here's the problem. We're faced with the most vicious kind of enemy who not only attacks civilians, but commits the other war crime of deliberately hiding behind their civilians. They use them as human shields.
In response to questions about the use of 2,000-pound bombs in South Gaza, an Israeli military spokesman told The Times that Israel's priority is destroying Hamas, and, quote, questions of this kind will be looked into at a later stage. They also said that, quote, in stark contrast to Hamas's intentional attacks, the IDF, quote, follows international law and takes feasible precautions to mitigate civilian harm.
It's a lie. That's a lie.
But the U.S. says Israel must do more to avoid civilian casualties. The Pentagon recently increased shipments of a smaller bomb called the GBU-39, which U.S. officials say can strike underground targets and is better suited to urban environments like Gaza. The GBU-39, one of the smallest bombs in Israel's arsenal, has the explosive power of 37 pounds of TNT.
Sorry, I was in the way of that comparison earlier. It's 250 pounds.
Israel's arsenal has the explosive power of 37 pounds.
And just to show you here. Yeah, so that's just the difference. So this is the bomb. They dropped over 200 times, confirmed at least over 200 times in southern Gaza. And these are the bombs that the United States is sending them. I mean, but how many of these fucking things that they got in stock? Like they're going to start pulling these out all of a sudden? More environmentally friendly. It reduces, so it allows them, so it has the penetrative power of some of these larger bombs. I think that's what the trade-off is that it's still going to be able to penetrate bunkers, but it's not going to level the entire, I don't know. It'll just be less destructive externally, more destructive underground internally. I guess that's the idea. It sounds pretty, pretty fucking ghoulish. However you dice it. Active shooter school, they drop. Yeah, no, that's exactly what they do. Yeah, either that or they just hang out in the parking lot and give each other back rubs while they wait for the killer to do his business.
One of the smallest bombs in Israel's arsenal has the explosive power of 37 pounds of TNT. Compare that to the Mark 84, a 2,000-pound bomb which has 25 times more explosive power. When a GBU-39 detonates on impact, its blast wave can injure or kill...
Wasn't that in Chicago? Was that in Detroit? Or I thought that was in Chicago, the police dropping bombs from a helicopter on a gang building. Was that Chicago or was that Detroit?
People in open areas over 1,000 feet away in every direction. The danger from a Mark 84's blast wave stretches almost 3 times further.
There you go.
For both,
it was
even
in Detroit.
more danger comes from the fragmentation.
Jesus.
The metal shards of the bomb casings that can shoot out hundreds of feet from the point of impact. The GBU-39 is still deadly, but overall it's much less destructive. U.S. officials told The Times that the IDF has many more 2,000-pound bombs in its arsenal.
Yeah, of course they do.
They said Israel is heavily relying on them because they're more effective than the smaller bombs at destroying Hamas's tunnel network as fast as possible. The officials also said that in the Gaza war, Israel has demonstrated a higher tolerance than the U.S. military for causing civilian casualties. But the U.S. has not stopped supplying weapons to Israel. Since the war in Gaza began, the U.S. has sent more than 5,000 2,000-pound bombs.
What a joke.
In December, Israel announced it was expanding...
You see what he's carrying? You see what he has in his hand? White flag. And it's absolutely necessary to carry that. And he might get fired upon anyway. By Israel or by Hamas. But it was just in the news just a couple days ago. Israel gunned down 3 hostages. One of them was carrying a white flag. And the IDF just gunned him down.
In December, Israel announced it was expanding combat operations to South Gaza and started issuing a new kind of evacuation order targeting neighborhoods, including some in areas previously deemed safe, like this one in Khan Yunis. Hours later...
And this is the squeezing of the toothpaste. This is the squeezing of the toothpaste. You push, you tell them to move to one region, then you tell them to move to another. They go further south, bomb, continue to bomb these refugee camps once in a while, make it seem like there's just no safe place to go. You have to keep going. It's so clear what is happening here. It is so fucking clear what is happening here.
Targeting neighborhoods, including some in areas previously deemed safe.
Al-Rakabi. It's
like
it's terrible to hear, man.
Hours later,
2,000-pound
bombs were raining down.
It's a terrible stat, typer. That's good to hear, Al-Rakabi. I'm sorry that they had to were put through that trauma. So, I mean, look, once again, the main lie that is being repeated is, support for Palestine, Palestinian independence is automatically considered support for Hamas. That is the main thing that needs to be defeated. That is the main narrative that needs to be defeated. That it's impossible to support the Palestinian people without supporting Hamas. Israel needs that to be true. Israel needs that narrative to be true for it to justify its actions. What do I mean? So the narrative is the reason the narrative is very clear coming from the Israeli government. If you support Palestine, you are supporting the terrorist actions of Hamas. that allows them, that gives them the justification to target every Palestinian, man, woman, and child. If you believe that narrative, that all of Palestine is all Hamas. How is that a gigacope? Oh, I see. Gigacope. All right, folks. Well, thank you so much for being here. This is the News Underground, keeping it real Christmas special, folks. We had such a great time. Such a great time. Such a Christmas time in the Christmas spirit. Christmas. Folks, we're going to do this again tomorrow. It'll probably be a smaller stream, Christmas Day. Got to spend it with the family, but I got to spend it with my real family, my streamer families. No, folks, I'll be sure to do a little something on Christmas for you. Maybe we'll dig into the Discord. Maybe we'll do something fun. Maybe a little documentary, a Christmas documentary. Maybe we'll watch some Christmas cartoons or something. I don't know. We'll do something fun. I'll figure it out. Maybe the history of Christmas. There's the Discord right there. Thank you, Albert Cobby. Same to you. Once again, glad your daughters are grown and happy. What time am I streaming tomorrow? Around 12 o'clock. It'll be around 12 o'clock-ish probably, because I got a bunch of chores in the morning. I like to sleep in on the weekend, and then I got my chores, right? So around noonish. Have you discussed fusion energy advances to end on a positive note? That is, we will bring that up tomorrow. Yeah, let's do some good news tomorrow on Christmas Day. That's a good idea. Quick Double Tap, because Quick Double Tap is referencing scientific breakthroughs, and not only have they created a positive amount of energy from fission, right? Not fusion, fission. And that's huge, because if it requires more energy to create the reaction than the energy generated, then obviously it's useless. But like nuclear energy, right? If it takes a lot of energy to start the reaction, but then that reaction can provide fuel, steam energy in this case, which is totally wild. But it can provide energy, like perpetually, not perpetually, but more energy than what it took to activate the reaction. But if it takes a shitload of energy to create the reaction and maintain the reaction, and then you get a little energy produced from it, well, that doesn't help anybody. But that might not be the case. There are breakthroughs. They've repeated the experiment 3 times now, and it's looking positive, folks. We might be on the cusp of a nuclear fission, maybe not nuclear fission, maybe just fission, but we might be on the cusp of a energy breakthrough, a breakthrough that could potentially change mankind's future. It's not hyperbolic to say that. It could be that major. We're talking nuclear power plants, coal-fired power plants in general becoming outdated and all replaced with this new type of much safer energy creation. We'll see. That's the potential. But yeah, we will talk about that tomorrow. Quick Double Tap. Thank you for that. But folks, I hope you had a good time. Don't forget my 3-step program to create political change. Step 1, inform yourself. Step 2, join a progressive political organization, union, protest movement, whatever the fuck you want it. Put your name down. Step 3, put in the work. Don't be ashamed. Don't be ashamed. Don't be ashamed of being on the left. Don't be ashamed of being pro-human rights. Don't let them take that away from you. Come correct with that shit. Stand your ground. I'm Abandoned Nihilism, aka the Harbinger. What am I the harbinger of? I gotta come up with something cool. Vote in the Discord. Poop! Everyone says poop. Poop! You're the harbinger of poop! I forgot I'm on Twitch. Aren't I? I'm on Twitch. How do you argue with conspiracy theorists? You don't. Look, wasn't it Mark Twain that said you shouldn't argue with stupid people because they're experts and they'll defeat you every time? Thank you, Lenny. Thank you, Chem Goblin. Quick Double Tap. N Typer. L421, a lot of new users. Thank you, Soviet Vision, whatever your name was there. A lot of new users coming in. Thank you for those follows. Welcome to the News Underground. This is how we do things. Woke Patriot, big props to you. Soviet Mind, that's what it was. Big props to all you lurkers in the chat. You know, your boy Davey, your boy Chem Goblin, Davin over here. Thank you, Davin, for coming back. What is it? Borderline Feline. Thank you, Borderline Feline, for coming in. Your boy Lenny, #1 financial contributor to the News Underground. Lenny, make sure you check out his Twitch and YouTube, folks. Lenny, your boy from South of Boston. Memento Mori UK. Thank you, Memento, for stopping in. Big props. True Sponge. Thank you, True Sponge. We gave props to Davey, but we'll do it again because he's such a nice guy. Everyone loves Davey. All right, folks. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East. We'll see you next time. See you next time. Push your seat, I'm scoping with that red dot. Oh, Lenny's going to start the stream next week, folks. Make sure you like and subscribe. Put that link in the chat. Thank you, Quick Double Tap. Merry Christmas. Like and subscribe to that Lenny stream, dog. In the bushes, see, I'm scoping with that red dot. Up on the pole with my phone, see, I stay strapped. Never slipping, see no Memphis niggas in the map. I got that K38 and that 45 Glock. Deep in the bushes, see, I'm scoping with that red dot. News on Twitch. #1 for news. #1 for realness. I smell good too. I smell like roses. I'm delicious. I'm delicious. Deep in the bushes, see us. Deep in the bushes, see us. Deep in the bushes, see us. Scoping with that red dot. All right, folks. Keeping a real Christmas. See you tomorrow.